In 1803, President Thomas Jefferson purchased a huge portion of North America called the Louisiana from Napoleon of France, a territory that extended from the Mississippi River all the way to the Rocky Mountains. That same year, he appointed his personal secretary, Captain Meriwether Lewis, to lead an expedition whose purpose was to find, quote, the most direct and practicable water communication across this continent for the purpose of commerce. Lewis recruited his personal friend William Clark to serve as co-captain in this unprecedented adventure. The expedition, counting 45 men in total, is known as the Corps of Discovery, and they were the first group of people that we know of to cross the entire continent from what was then a much smaller United States all the way to the Pacific Ocean, and they arrived on November 1805. During the spring and summer of 2022, we decided to do a cross-country road trip following in their footsteps, retracing their route as close as possible while traveling by land. This is our chronicle of that epic journey, and we're going to start where it all began, in Washington, D.C. Join us on the Lewis and Clark Trail. Greetings, everybody, from our nation's capital, Washington, D.C. And this right here is Thomas Jefferson. This is the Jefferson Memorial, and as you know, this is kind of the beginning of our Lewis and Clark road trip, in which we're going to follow in their footsteps. But it was here with Jefferson that it all began. Of course, Jefferson made the Louisiana purchase in 1803. The Lewis and Clark trip had been in the works for far longer than that. That's when they basically discovered the final frontier at the time, which was the West. And this is that classic view. And of course, I'm going to zoom in. The Washington Memorial and the White House right next to it. And all this was designed so the President of the United States could see the Jefferson Memorial from the Oval Office there, basically. So, yeah, I think that this would be a fitting beginning to our epic road trip. Not as epic as Lewis and Clark's, of course. We have more technology nowadays, but this is the beginning. I'm riding in my RV, wherever I want to be, 'cause I'm free in my RV, yeah. Our first point of interest is actually officially not part of the trail. We're going to visit the property that used to be Thomas Jefferson's plantation, just outside Charlottesville, Virginia. Originally 500 acres, it is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. And it is very relevant to the Lewis and Clark journey because the library at Monticello was the most extensive in the world at the time when it came to the geography of the North American continent. Here, Meriwether Lewis learned about botany, mineralogy, astronomy, and ethnology at the tutoring of the president himself. Well, here we are at Jefferson, Monticello, and here's Jefferson to greet us.
National Historic Landmark, and the only presidential home in the United States designated as a United Nations World Heritage Site.
A brick and gravel trail 6/10 of a mile in length also connects the mountaintop, gravesite, and visitor center. Over 400 enslaved people lived and labored at Monticello during Jefferson's lifetime. During your tour of the house, you'll spend about 40 minutes exploring the first floor of Thomas Jefferson's autobiographical masterpiece. Plan to spend time in the dependencies on the lower level, including the kitchen and wine cellar. To learn more about all of the things you see and do today, please visit us online at monticello.org.
There it is. The neoclassical facade is even depicted on the US 5-cent coin, also known as a nickel. Let's step inside, which, by the way, as of early spring 2022, you had to make a reservation online. This is the entrance hall, which feels almost like a museum display of items cherished by Jefferson. This is the sitting room, although Jefferson called it the book room. And this is the library, part of Jefferson's office, where he stored his collection of books and scientific instruments. This is the cast of whom?
Oliver Cromwell.
Oliver Cromwell. And this is the cabinet, his actual office. The room is full of gadgets. His polygraph, telescope, a theodolite, which he used to survey and map his land. The polygraph was actually the latest technology at the time, around 1802, 1803. And apparently it never worked quite right, but you could have an instant copy of your writings. Let's go back to the entrance hall so we can explore the rest of the house. Here's the bed chamber, Jefferson's most private room, away from visitors and most family. The great clock at the entrance hall was designed by Jefferson himself. Talk about a Renaissance man. Next, the parlor, the center of social life at Monticello. And of course, there would have to be a harpsichord and the cittern, which is an English guitar I've learned. There's a camera obscura, the precursor to photography. Framing the window, a bust of Napoleon Bonaparte and Tsar Alexander I. Next, we have the dining room. And that's it for the first floor of the house. In order to visit the second and third floors, you need to reserve a guided tour, which we didn't. In hindsight, maybe we should have. Here's the ice house, which they would fill in winter, and generally it lasted throughout the summer. What a beautiful linden tree. Well, he did have a view, that much is certain. A commanding view, I might add. Look at that. Sometimes you time it perfectly, and this time we did, to see the tulips in bloom. And with that, we're gonna say goodbye to Monticello. But before we go, let's stop by the graveyard, which you can access via a trail or the shuttle. There is a stop on the way down. Well, here's our final stop, and this will be the gravesite. Thomas Jefferson's gravesite. Let's check it out. It would have been really nice to be able to walk inside the graveyard, but as you can see, there are no paths or anything like that. I don't even know if it's like open at some point, So now we're gonna have to hike the 400 yards down to the visitor center. And here's the museum. Look at all that. Jefferson was definitely into recording and sharing useful knowledge. A Renaissance man of his time. And the ultimate knowledge was to be acquired by the Lewis and Clark Expedition, the core of discovery. And this is it for Monticello. Now let's go a little farther north to Harpers Ferry.
Boom! West Virginia, Mountain Mama.
Welcome to West Virginia.
Oh, thank you.
Let's go into town. Actually, the Harpers Ferry National Historical Park Visitor Center is right next to the campground, so we're going there first. As is usually the case with the National Park Service, they do have a very detailed raised relief map depicting the town and lots of information. Even though there is a free shuttle that goes into town, and the ranger really discouraged us from parking downtown, citing price, availability, and the narrow, steep streets of Harpers Ferry, it is us we're talking about, so we're going to go into downtown with the car and find parking because that's how we do it. It is one of the most picturesque towns I've ever seen. And having all these hills and multiple levels definitely enhances the experience. We don't have a whole lot of time today, but let's try to do as much as possible this afternoon. The whole center of town is like a national park, by the way. And I see parking with my name on it. And they use the Park mobile app, so that's just perfect. Well, here we are. We've made it to Harpers Ferry. And first point of interest, before we forget, let's see the Meriwether Lewis site here. Here we go. There's a small museum. I see a picture of Thomas Jefferson and Meriwether Lewis, so we are in the right place. One of the innovations of the Lewis and Clark trip was this boat called the Experiment. And what it was a collapsible boat, and this is, one of the part of the frame of that boat. And then they would cover it with skin, like buffalo skin or whatnot, and it was very lightweight to transport. And they would assemble it on the other side of the mountains. Unfortunately, the boat, while it floated for a few minutes, began to leak and began to sink, so it didn't work. The significance of Harpers Ferry when it comes to Lewis and Clark is that right here was where Lewis purchased many of the supplies for the trip. And there's a lot to do in this town, not everything related to the Lewis and Clark expedition. Here are some of the supplies Meriwether Lewis would have purchased here in town. It's a bullet mold, one of the many tools they took. Yeah, being out there beyond the frontier, they would have had to make their own bullets and fix and build many things. Well, here, this was the National Armory and Arsenal at the time.
You like the war stuff?
This is the map of the United States.
Yeah, I just want the money.
As the day comes to an end, the town begins to die down. Well, the first time I came here a couple of years ago, I thought this was like a real tavern. I came all the way here. I almost asked for an IPA, and then I realized that it's a historical tavern. From the 1850s. Oh, if these walls could talk. If we could be a fly on the wall and hear the conversations of the era, huh? Oysters and lunches. As I mentioned, there are many things to do here and along the rest of the route, so on the extended version, we will divert from the trail from time to time to mix things up. For example, this is very close to the halfway point of the Appalachian Trail, which goes through here, right here, by the confluence of the Shenandoah and the Potomac. And confluences are also going to be a recurring theme along this trip. There's a sign marking what, to thru hikers, is the psychological halfway point of the Appalachian Trail. That down there would be a replica of Lewis's experimental boat. Apparently, there was something Lewis did not anticipate, and that was the lack of pine trees at the place where they intended to use it. The idea would have been to use pine tar to pay the seams in the leather covering, and that actually may have been the cause of its failure. The available cottonwood just didn't do the trick. We're going west on the historic National Road, nowadays US 40, on our way to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, which can be considered the starting point of the Lewis and Clark Trail. The very spot where Meriwether Lewis launched the keelboat and the two pirogues on August 31st, 1803. I find it funny how some states are more dramatic than others when it comes to dangerous roads, or in this case, a 3-mile steep downhill grade descending onto Uniontown. Even though they don't specify grade percentage or anything like that. In other states, it is like 7% for 7 miles. Enjoy the ride. We hope you know how to drive. This is the coolest thing about arriving to Pittsburgh. You take the tunnel, and as you come out, the big reveal. Pittsburgh is one of the coolest cities, let me tell you. I love it, especially the downtown triangle, framed by the confluence of the Allegheny and the Monongahela. And today, we're not really gonna see all that much. We were here back in 2021 and saw many more of the highlights. Today, we're on a mission. And coincidentally, it was somewhere around here on the left that Meriwether Lewis launched that keelboat back in 1803. And now, we're going to look for that very spot. But first, let's find parking. By the way, I parked at this huge parking lot here. It's called the Riverfront Landing. And let me tell you something about the temperature. I don't know if I can walk all the way over there. We'll figure it out. By Florida standards, this is what I would consider a little chilly. Well, there it is. I wonder if I can cross to that side. Yes, that would be the very inconspicuous marker. Alright, now we are on the correct side of the street. The car's right there. I almost went back to get my hoodie, but I mean, it's not that cold. It's 59 degrees, 59. It feels a little colder for some reason. Maybe because it's cloudy. But the sign is right there. I mean, I parked like 100 yards from the sign. That was perfect. I can't believe this is the only marker in the whole city of Pittsburgh. Well, this is it. That's the historical marker right there. And apparently just 100 yards downstream is where they launched that famous keelboat. And that's where we're gonna go now. Well, yes, in all likelihood, this would have been the spot where the expedition began. So it begins for us as well. These 3 yellow bridges are called the Three Sisters because of being so similar in design. I really think that the city of Pittsburgh should have like a replica of the boat here. You know, let's revive this piece of American history. August 31st, 1803. It happened right here. Let's walk across on this walkway under the convention center. Let me tell you, Pittsburgh is a beautiful city. I'm surprised it doesn't get more tourism. I mean, look at that skyline, you know, everywhere you look. It's like... I think, as far as cities go, Pittsburgh gets way underestimated. It's got great architecture, great character, its own religion called the Steelers, and even its own dialect, colloquially known as Pittsburghese. Let's go into the museum. It is a vast museum with a plethora of exhibits, but in this video we're only gonna focus on Lewis and Clark. Here we go. Here's our Lewis and Clark section, more about the Corps of Rediscovery expedition done in 2003, with a grizzly welcoming us. Here's a map of Pittsburgh at the time of the original expedition. That's what the town would have looked like. An original letter from Jefferson to Lewis before the expedition. Fort Fayette. That is more or less the location of the present-day convention center. That's a very nice illustration of the keel boat as they are loading it up, ready for departure, 6 weeks behind schedule. That's the route we intend to take, more or less. Here's an 1802 map of North America. As you can see, most of the West is blank. The unknown Lewis and Clark were about to begin mapping, cataloging, and discovering. Of course, the whole exhibition is more about the rediscovery trip made in 2003 by Dan and Art Rooney.
Standing at the forks of the Ohio River, the very head of navigation for the Mississippi and beyond.
Oh wait, there's another section here with more Lewis and Clark displays and artifacts. But first, whiskey! I knew there had to be more, although this particular exhibit is not listed as a separate item on the museum guide. Here's Meriwether Lewis writing on his journal. Ooh, an original print edition of the journal, The Voyages and Travels of the Corps of Discovery. I've been reading a book called Undaunted Courage that uses the journal and many other sources as reference. Boat building tools of the 19th century. Interesting.
Well, let's get the car and follow the Ohio River west, shall we?
It was $5 to park here. I'd say that's reasonable for big city downtown parking. Let's stop here real quick, if only for the photo opportunity. Here's the bottom station of the Duquesne Incline. Next time we come, we're definitely doing that. And here's also a pretty nice view of downtown.
Oh yeah, when you have a Travado.
Yep, when you have a Travado, you get to park at places like this. And with that view of the fountain at Point Park, we're saying goodbye to Pittsburgh. For now. Down the Ohio we go. The expedition's first stop was 3 miles down the river at this island coming up here on the right, where he gave the local pioneers a demonstration of his pneumatic rifle. But the air gun went off unexpectedly and almost killed a woman, although she miraculously survived. Lesson learned that day: never pass around the air gun again while it is pumped and loaded. There's supposed to be, or was supposed to be, an Indian mound somewhere around here. The largest burial mound in western Pennsylvania, actually. I think this is it. It is a very industrial area, and the only sign I could find was this. The mound, by the way, no longer exists. It is said to have been destroyed when they quarried the rock in order to pave the neighborhood. Onward we go. This neighborhood is called The Bottoms, and it is part of the McKees Rocks Borough. Let's cross over to the other side and take State Route 65. Here we go, one last view before we say goodbye to Steel City, the city of bridges, the Paris of Appalachia, and I could keep going, but I'm not going to. Even though the road goes right along the river, you can't really see it most of the way, which is kind of disappointing given the nature of our trip here. These houses on the left here, they probably do have a river view. Nice town, by the way. I believe it is called Avalon. Most of the road looks like this, and you get glimpses of the river here and there. I gotta be honest, it is not very scenic, which is unexpected and a little disappointing. To be fair, it is not officially called the Ohio River Scenic Byway until we get to Ohio, so we'll see. Let's get off the highway and stop here in Beaver and see if we can get closer to the river. Oh, this cute little downtown is called Beaver. It says it there. Beaver. And here we are. This street, creatively named River Road. There it is, the Ohio River. I would say it's beautiful, but it is also so industrial. I mean, I understand the need for industry, but it takes away from what would otherwise be a much more picturesque sight. This fine-looking town is Midland. We are almost at the Ohio border. There it is, Ohio. Let's stop and see all the historical markers. Alright, this is called the Point of Beginning, and I had no idea I was going to find the Lewis and Clark marker here, so I'll keep my eyes peeled in this whole area because they may be more. And this is where they were on September 4th, and yeah, the river was very shallow that time of the year, and yeah, he said that he could see a great number of fish of different kinds, sturgeon, bass, catfish, pike, etc. So, by the way, this is also the dividing line between Ohio. And here's the marker, and you can see the crease on the road there between Ohio and Pennsylvania, and West Virginia is on the other side of the river, so we cannot get to the river right here. Some kind of factory. But what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna try to fly the drone real quick and see if we can get a view. Somewhere down there by the river would have been the location of the original 1785 marker. Long gone. On the other side of the river, West Virginia. So here we have all three states in sight. I know why they call it the Rust Belt. I haven't seen one piece of metal that is not at least partially rusted out. And I'm not talking about abandoned industry like Wikipedia says. I'm talking about bridges and industrial facilities being in use. I wonder if there is a paint shortage. here we are, Steubenville, Ohio. Let's stop and see if Fort Steuben is still open.
Well, here we are in Steubenville, and who knew? Dean Martin was born here. They even have a star. Alright, let's check out the fort. I believe the fort is closed. They closed the fort, the visitor center. But anyway, when Lewis and Clark stopped here to buy some oxen, I think, there was no fort. All the same, tomorrow I have to pass by here. So if it is open, we'll go back there and see the fort. Oh yeah, it would have been really cool, but I arrived too late. Spent too much time at the museum in Pittsburgh, and then spend too much time trying to follow the river, which is not something I'm gonna be able to do now for the rest of the trip. If I have to be in Cincinnati the day after tomorrow, we gotta put some miles behind us. So basically just gonna see the important points of interest along the way. Okay, I know where I was wrong. The fort does date back to 1787, but by the time Clark wasn't here yet. By the time Meriwether Lewis got here in 1803, it had already disappeared. As it said, by 1790 the remains of the fort had disappeared. So it has been reconstructed on its original location. So this would be the original location of the fort. And but that's why there's no mention of the fort in the Lewis and Clark diary, because there wasn't a fort at the time.
It was slow going for the Meriwether Lewis expedition in the shallow waters of the Ohio. He wrote in his journal about Steubenville, a small, well-built, thriving place. Has several respectable families residing in it, 5 years since it was a wilderness. He bought some oxen and continued downstream towards Wheeling. As I said, we might be back tomorrow. There might even be a reference in there about Lewis and Clark. Or only Lewis, rather. I mean, this parking lot is obviously not RV friendly, but I think across the street, if I can find, 2 adjacent parking spaces, we should be okay. Alright. Let's get going. Is it me, or does that smokestack look like a giant cigarette spewing that thick? I guess it would be water vapor, right? So more like a vape, I guess. Our next stop, or drive-by rather, I don't think I'm gonna stop, is Wheeling, West Virginia. Part of Virginia back in 1803, on September 7th, when Meriwether Lewis arrived here. He wrote in his journal, "A pretty considerable village of 50 houses." Here he picked up the shipment of rifles and ammunition he had sent overland from Pittsburgh, but a pirogue to carry it down the river, and dined that evening with Dr. William Patterson, who had been one of Lewis's teachers and had the largest collection of medicines west of the mountains. He expressed a great desire to join the expedition. The good doctor, who had a reputation of constant drunkenness, stood him up. He never showed up, thus missing the opportunity to join the great expedition. Wheeling, nowadays, a pretty substantial metropolitan area of 125,000 inhabitants. For a while, in 1863, it was actually the capital of both West Virginia and Virginia. Man, they need to do something about these potholes here, all these streets in Wheeling, Virginia, West Virginia. At the time of Lewis and Clark, it was Virginia, but now it's West Virginia. And I have no idea where to go. I tried to find the house of Patterson, which was the doctor that Meriwether visited here, but the truth is, it's been a long day, and I'm kind of tired. I'm neither hungry nor thirsty, so I'm gonna go back to the campground, and tomorrow the adventure continues. How about that? The weather isn't cooperating either. It's being gloomy and overcast, and that kind of gets me down. Cool yard art, by the way.
Good morning. Let me tell you, listen to the birds. I'm kind of sad that I didn't get to fully appreciate this campground, this Tomlinson Run State Park. But, I mean, yesterday the day got away from us, right? With Pittsburgh in the morning, and then by the time I got here, it was 6 p.m. And it was very, very nice and cool here in the morning. And this is a huge site. And the good thing is, I mean, there's nobody here, which is unusual, to say the least. But yeah, very nice, huge site. Now I know it's here, Site 16. Don't tell anybody. But not exactly level, but it's all right. It's not too bad. Only electric. And with all the, the hyperbole about all the campgrounds being full in the country. I mean, maybe it's Friday. This will fill up. But right now, there's, I mean, a lot of campgrounds are full around the country. But once in a while, you encounter a place like this, and it is beautiful. It's I would love to explore that ravine going down there, but... All right, let's continue.
We're going back to Steubenville to see if we can visit Fort Steuben this time. Even though it is not directly related to our Lewis and Clark trip, I do believe they have an exhibit inside. This time, the only challenge is going to be finding parking with the trailer in tow. There's a suitable spot right here across the street from the fort, but it says only 30 minutes. There's gotta be something else. Here we go. This whole block says 2 hours. I think we found our spot. And here we are like only 2 blocks away. Not bad.
There you go. Not bad, huh? Of course, this town would have looked much different, right? At the time Meriwether Lewis and his crew landed here. Here we go. Old Fort Steuben. Yesterday I didn't realize the fountain is in the shape of a fort. There you go. It's official now.
Fort Steuben was built in 1787 by the 1st American Regiment to protect the Northwest Territories government's surveyors, but later became Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Actually, here's a map of the Northwest Territory and the marker we saw yesterday. The fort was destroyed by fire in 1790 and was never rebuilt since it had already served its purpose and surveyors had moved on. By 1797, the city of Steubenville was founded on this site, so by the time Meriwether Lewis arrived here, it was, as he put it, a small, well-built, thriving place. That would be Sakakawea. We'll be hearing a lot about her once we get to North Dakota.
Yeah, we left from Pittsburgh, and now we are somewhere around here. We have a long way to go.
And here's one of the best illustrations I've seen so far about how they made the trip.
And here we are. Here we are, and as I was saying yesterday, by the time Lewis and Clark got here, this fort was no longer here. The fort only lasted 3 years, so all this is obviously a reconstruction, but let's check it out. And there's a tour in progress right now in the officer's quarter, it's a school bus. So I think we're gonna go counterclockwise here. Start with the commissary.
This is where all the food items were stored. Barrels full of flour, beef, whiskey, salt, and bacon. Sometimes they would have to hunt or fish when supplies didn't arrive.
And next we have the restroom. We used to call them the latrines. Oh, look at these 2 big bugs. Oh my gosh. They're actually modern bathrooms.
Oh, the hospital. Apparently, at the time, you had a better chance of dying in a hospital than in battle. There was no washing or sterilization, so the soldiers would often die from infected wounds and other diseases. Our knowledge of medicine was very primitive back then. This is what a frontiersman camp would have looked like when they were out there in the wilderness. The tools they would have to use.
Yeah, that's what a pioneer camp would have looked like. And let me tell you, now compared to the wax figures we saw yesterday at the museum in Pittsburgh, these look rather crude. Oh, look at that, stocks. There was punishment. It doesn't say much, but this was the guardhouse and Sallyport.
Let's go up to the guardhouse. Oh, huge bugs, and the guard would have a commanding view of the river. Let's check out the enlisted men quarters. It was kind of a hard life, let me tell you, and tight quarters. This blockhouse would hold about 28 men, and 2 men would sleep in each bunk. Hard to imagine that lack of privacy these days. They did do their own washing and cooking. Here's the artificer, or blacksmith shop. Here in the middle, there's an archaeology dig. And I spoke to one of the archaeologists, and he told me about some of the artifacts they keep finding even to this day. All that remains of the original fort.
Let's see the quartermaster.
The quartermaster was in charge of supplies, which, by the way, weren't many. In fact, apparently it would have looked a lot emptier than this at the time.
Well, they just rang the big bell out there. Anyway, I was speaking to the historian in there, and they're doing some archaeological digging there, and they found some stuff from when this was a fort. And he told me that to keep my eyes peeled out west, because there are some sites that they are still excavating along the Lewis and Clark route, and they have found some artifacts. So, all right, let's see the officers' quarters here real quick. Not bad at all.
This room was Major Hamtramck's quarters, who built the fort, and his collapsible bed which would be transported when he traveled. Let's go see something else here on the grounds, and this would have been the first federal land office west of the Allegheny Mountains. This is where the federal government would have sold public lands to early settlers after the Harrison Land Act of 1800.
Built in 1801.
The reconstructed building is made from the original logs from 1801. And inside, it houses furnishings and items that would have been found in frontier settlements in the early 19th century.
Trunk from 1798.
Very interesting to see how things were just over 200 years ago. Lots of progress would come just a few decades later. The railroad, photography, telegraph. And this is the courthouse bell from 1873. We heard it earlier.
I'm so glad I decided to come by Fort Steuben after all. If anything, for that photo, they have a picture there displayed that is like the most detailed picture that I've seen depicting the keel boat and all that. Federal Land Office, yeah. And I mean, now I'm gonna definitely skip Wheeling. We're gonna go try to see the Indian mounds, the Marietta, and then we'll go to our. We're staying at a KOA with full hookups, just so I can do laundry and get everything cleaned up before going to Cincinnati. All right, perfect. So this is the pizzeria that they recommended.
Too bad it's too early for pizza. I'm not really hungry yet.
The tin is still there.
Off we go. Next, we're gonna stop at an earth mound that Lewis described in great detail in his journal. It is nowadays called Grave Creek Mound, in the aptly named city of Moundsville. Deja vu? Nope, there's no glitch in the Matrix. We actually drove through here yesterday. Although, let me tell you, after a while, all these plants and industrial facilities start to look similar. And on that note, are we ever going to see sunshine again? It feels like it's been overcast now for way too long. I'm a sunshine and blue sky kind of guy. Let's cross over once again to the West Virginia side. Here it is on the left. We're going to park right here across the street from the historic West Virginia Penitentiary. Here is the historical marker with information about the mound, which apparently predated Christianity. Let's step inside the museum, and maybe we can climb all the way to the top. Here we go, here's our Lewis and Clark reference, and here's a huge model depicting what it would have looked like in its heyday. very good museum about the history of this particular area, the ancient history. Now let's go up to the mound.
Alright, let's go up the mound.
I think this is pretty much the last thing we're going to do today. Of course, they decide to mow the mound today. My luck.
Here we are. We've made it to the top.
Here's the view from the top of the mound. The historic penitentiary? Quite the imposing building. We must make a point to visit it sometime. Someday, when we return to this area. I'm definitely marking it on my map.
I'm sure the Indians would have some kind of machine to cut the excess plant life, right? Alright, this was cool, a cool other break here. And now I don't think we have any other stops until the campground. Yes, we are going to pass by, hopefully by Marietta, which is another, it's Ohio's oldest settlement, I believe, according to what I've read. But we're probably not going to stop.
Yep, time's up. You can't do everything, and I do have a hard date when I have to arrive in the Cincinnati area.
Driving to the west, into the sunset, driving to the west. Driving to the west, into the sunset, driving to the west. Driving to the west, into the sunset, driving to the west. Driving to the west, into the sunset, driving to the west. Driving to the west. Driving to the west, into the sunset, driving to the west.
Morning. We're going to Cincinnati, but first, I'm a fan of geographical oddities and whatnot, or just geographical places. We're going to the westernmost point of West Virginia, which is actually the confluence and the point where West Virginia meets Kentucky and Ohio. So it's the tri-state there. And then we're going to Cincinnati. And hopefully I didn't forget anything, so let's go.
Well, this is called Virginia Point Park, and it is the westernmost point in West Virginia. So that's why I wanted to come here. It is also the confluence of the Big Sandy River and the Ohio. There's the campground over there. There's tent camping, and that would be Kentucky, and then on the other side we're gonna see Ohio, and this is West Virginia.
Actually, there's a pretty remote place near a town called Cyrus, south of here, which is actually farther west. So no, this is technically not the westernmost point, but I think it is close enough and much more interesting.
So yeah, to recap, where we're standing is West Virginia. That over there is Kentucky. And that is Ohio. How cool is that? I did not know there was a campground here. Maybe next time we'll stay here. off we go. Got some people camping there in a tent. And the place overall feels a little run down. The campground seems nice, but the park itself... and I was gonna fly the drone, but there's an airport nearby, and I didn't feel like asking for, for authorization, so we'll do it some other time. Would have been a good flight, though. And let's cruise through town again because
Point Park toward 23rd Street.
Because I do believe the GoPro on the roof crashed at some point. Fun fact, for the GoPro on the roof to be reliable, you have to remove the battery. If you're gonna use it on external power. And I forgot to remove the battery. But we're all good now. Now it's 3 hours to Winton Woods. I'm sure we'll stop once along the way.
Canova is the name of the town. There's a historic pharmacy, it says since 1892, Griffith and Field.
Well, this place right here, the drugstore, I had a star in my map for it. I just don't know why, or it's...
Continue on West Virginia 75 East for half a mile.
I'm sure at some point someone recommended it. It's a historic drugstore. We might come back one of these days. But right now, as you saw, there was no parking. If we stay at that campground at the Virginia Point there one of these days, I would love to stay there at the Confluence. In that case, we'll visit the drugstore. But for now, let's continue towards Cincinnati.
We're back on the beautiful rolling hills of Kentucky. So green, especially this time of the year, in late May. There it is. Cincinnati, Ohio. I must say, pretty good looking skyline.
Here we go. Meriwether Lewis was definitely here. Yeah, and apparently Clark came back in 1807 and they started digging for bones.
Meriwether Lewis wrote of his visit here in late September 1803 in a letter to Jefferson. Earlier that year, Dr. William Goforth had discovered some mammoth bones, and Jefferson wanted Lewis to visit the site and send back a report, which he did, describing a tusk of immense size, along with some other specimens of bones. When William Clark came here to dig in 1807, it established Big Bone Lick as the birthplace of American vertebrate paleontology.
Well, let's do the half-mile trail here at the back of the visitor center. Although there is a longer Big Bone Creek trail, 0.9 miles. We might do that one. It is a nice morning for a short little hike. And, it's like probably in the high 50s, 60 degrees. I wish it was a little sunnier, but it's not bad. And this is, okay, here it is. Big Bone Creek Trail, 1 mile, help preserve the park's resources. Please leave archaeological and fossil remains undisturbed. Will do.
Lewis reported on his visit to Big Bone Lick, Kentucky, some 20 miles southwest of Cincinnati. Earlier in the year,
haven't seen one bone yet out here, so hopefully we will.
What is this? Oh, this would be Big Bone Creek, I suppose. Let's continue on this narrow trail here, which I don't know if this is the best idea. It's been raining every day, so it is a little muddy, and don't tell anybody, but I once again forgot my hiking shoes. It is beautiful out here.
Yeah, I think this is as far as I want to go. It's very muddy. You can tell nobody has come through here quite a while. Let me come down to the river and that's it. I don't know, it's kind of slippery. Alright, let's get back to the main trail. I think we've had enough fun on this muddy trail for today. And we're back on the main trail. Yeah, let me show you. I believe this muddy trail we were on is this right here, and there may be a shortcut on the other side to the salt spring, and there's another salt spring up here. So let's do it. Oh, this is it.
Not the most attractive spring, if you ask me, but in its heyday, it was a major tourist destination because of its presumed medicinal qualities. Let's go back down to the creek on another one of these narrow trails. Just listening to the sounds of nature.
Tell you what, I'm gonna start heading back on this trail. It doesn't look like a whole bunch of people have been here lately. I mean, the vegetation growth is it's pretty big. So there are still bones hidden in the swamp. This is the most disoriented I've been in a long time, but I think we're getting back to the visitor center now on this boardwalk here.
Look at that. There you go. It says it right there. Lewis was here on his way to pick up Clark.
Very, very interesting. So this is the birthplace of North American vertebrate paleontology. No, the trail is flooded, and I didn't bring the appropriate footwear, so I'm just gonna have to go back. I mean, I don't know how deep it is, but yeah, I'm definitely not gonna be able to pass that with these shoes without getting my feet wet. So let's go back the way we came. It's just flooded, but this is another one of those salt springs. Look at that. And now my toes are wet because I forgot to bring my hiking shoes. Oh, came back, got a hat, more water, my hiking shoes. And now let's go see if we can see some bison.
It is supposed to be only 0.2 miles to see the bison. There we go, only 100 yards left.
Wait. Viewing bison may be limited during April and May, during after birth of calves. Bison may isolate in the privacy of shelter woodlots. No, timing, eh? Timing is everything.
There they are. Way out there.
I'm glad I've got that zoom lens. I mean, we're gonna go all the way around, see if we see more, but at least we saw from far away. It's not a very long trail.
I think that dog's knocking, and now it doesn't know how to come back out.
Hello. Yeah, I think this is over there, as close as we're gonna get.
We're going back to Cincinnati, and we're gonna have lunch, and let's see what else we can see. Man, that's a good-looking skyline. Even though Meriwether Lewis stayed in the Cincinnati area for about a week, resting his men, taking on provisions, doing some research for Jefferson, and writing 2 letters, he didn't really do much else around here, so on this version, we're not gonna explore much and continue. Actually, let's go back to Kentucky real quick, to this restaurant that used to be across the river from Louisville, actually. We went there once, and now they moved here. It is supposed to have some of the best views of Cincinnati. Yes, it is the Buckhead Mountain Grill.
Local IPA with the view.
That's probably a very nice river cruise. It is a brand new day, and we're going to start at the beginning. Let's go to the place where Lewis met up with Clark, on the north bank of the Ohio River, at Clarksville, Indiana, at a place called the Falls of the Ohio, which is more like rapids, really, treacherous, yet navigable at times. Before we get there, let's park here for the scenic view of downtown Louisville. Here we are, Falls of the Ohio State Park. As the story goes, when they shook hands on October 15th, 1803, the Lewis and Clark expedition began.
When they shook hands, the Lewis and Clark expedition began, and it was here, Clarksville, Indiana. Those are the falls of the Ohio River, and right now it's a state park nowadays, but this is the very spot where, Lewis came from Pittsburgh, just like we did, with a keelboat, and Clark had already, chosen a group of people here, and Lewis crew and Clark's group, they both met here, and it was from here that they began the journey. Of course, they wintered in St. Louis before actually heading out west. But yeah, this is the spot where they met after several years, actually. They had served together in the war, and they hadn't seen each other in several years, and yeah.
Let's check out the interpretive center. Apparently, they have found many fossils in these rocks. And before going inside, let's enjoy this view of the Falls of the Ohio. As I said, they are more like rapids, and nowadays they have locks and a dam. But back in the day, it must have been a challenge to navigate. The exhibits go from the geological and natural history of the area to the culture and its evolution to the fossils they have found, and it is overall very well executed. Let's just take a walk through and see what there is to see. Finally, here's the exhibit about the Lewis and Clark expedition, and there's an excellent movie about it.
The extraordinary epic adventure that started here at the Falls of the Ohio succeeded in forever reshaping the map of America.
There is also an aviary, and I could spend a long time here looking at the birds, doing their thing. Let's go down to the river and see if we can find some fossils. Ooh, look at that, there's one right here. Well, this was certainly one of the landmark events in the Lewis and Clark expedition. You could say this is where it actually started. The first time the two friends were together in command of the Corps of Discovery. Now that we've seen it, let's take a detour and explore the rest of Louisville. We'll get back to the expedition in a couple of days farther downstream. Louisville, great city to explore and enjoy, part of the Bourbon Trail, but right now we're gonna see one more thing and then continue on the Lewis and Clark Trail.
Here we are. Quiz Jungle.
It is a nice park. Too bad it is nearly deserted, but I think it is mostly used for like festivals and events throughout the year. And here's one of the statues we've been looking for. That of George Roger Clark, surveyor, soldier, often called the conqueror of the Old Northwest. He was also William Clark's brother. In fact, it was at George's house in Clarksville across the river that William awaited the arrival of his friend Meriwether Lewis. Across the river, that would be the famous Colgate clock, located at what used to be a soap factory. We can even see the falls of the Ohio from here. This other sculpture would be York, William Clark's enslaved body servant. He was the only African-American member of the Lewis and Clark expedition, and the first African-American to cross the continent and see the Pacific Ocean. Louisville feels very nice, very clean, very modern, at least this area of downtown. Next time we come, we gotta get on a riverboat. I didn't even know they had them. On the road again. By the way, good morning. Today we're going to Fort Massac or Massac. I don't know exactly how it's pronounced. Across the river from Paducah, Kentucky. But we're staying on the Illinois side. So we're adding a new state to our map. It is going to be a travel day, and today the idea is to make it all the way to Fort Massac. Just like Lewis and Clark did when they departed here on October 26, 1803. They arrived at Fort Massac on November 11, so what took them more than 2 weeks, going with the current, we're going to do in roughly 4 to 5 hours. And that is taking the scenic route.
Well, good morning. It is a beautiful morning here in Illinois at Fort Massac State Park, and let's explore the state park, shall we? By the way, Pelistar has been working intermittently. Too many trees. Alright, let's do it. Well, here we are at the Visitor Center, and I'm assuming the fort must be that, or a replica of it. So, let's see if they have any maps.
Here's some information about George Rogers Clark, conqueror of the Old Northwest and the Illinois Campaign.
It's actually the George Rogers Clark Discovery Trail.
Massac Village. That's gonna be cool if they ever build it. And what do we have here? Well, of course, the Lewis and Clark keelboat, because on November 11, 1803, the expedition arrived here, at the fort which had been rebuilt 9 years earlier during the Northwest Indian War. Although, the original fort had been built by the French in 1757, only to be burned to the ground by the Chickasaw sometime after 1764. They have several displays depicting life during the era, and some of the history, what has changed and what hasn't. For example, the design of an axe is virtually the same.
Yeah, they gave me this map, which is pretty much useless for what I want to do, but it's alright. We're gonna see what this is, the fort right here, and then we'll do it's called the Hickory Nut Trail. And that they were very helpful and very nice. They just don't have like a proper trail map.
Let's explore the fort. But first, check it out! There's a statue of George Roger Clark at the original site of the fort.
Oh yeah, this is what Fort Massac would have looked like back in 1802. That's the replica. Dates back to what it would have looked in that era, and I guess they had like a vegetable garden here. And I'm sorry about the noise, but they're mowing the lawn here. Gotta have a nice lawn, right?
As I mentioned, this would have been where the original fort stood, and that's a rather flattering statue of George Roger Clark as a young man during the Illinois Campaign. Here's Clark as an older man.
By the way, we're getting like perfect weather today. It's still early, I mean, it's 10 a.m., probably 75 degrees. It is getting warmer in the sun, but beautiful. This is dry moat right here. And of course, the Ohio River onto this side. Well, let's explore the fort a little bit.
During their stay here from November 11th through the 13th, 1803, Meriwether Lewis hired George Drouillard, son of a French-Canadian and Shawnee woman, fluent in French, English, and a few Native American languages, not to mention a master of sign language. He would come very handy during the expedition. Here he also recruited 2 more men before he continued towards winter camp near St. Louis. Here's the sign, recapping everything we've learned so far. Let's go a little farther west, towards the confluence of the Ohio and the Mississippi, another pivoting point in the Lewis and Clark expedition. Here we are, Fort Jefferson Memorial Park. It is said that Lewis and Clark visited here on November 18th, 1803, during their stay at the mouth of the Ohio, just over 3 miles northwest of here.
And for the first time on our Lewis and Clark trail trip, we get to see the mighty Mississippi. There's a big barge struggling upstream, just as they would have. I mean, the confluence of the Ohio and the Mississippi is just about a couple miles that way. And, they were having a great time going down the Ohio. But once they turned and started going up the Mississippi, that's when it got really difficult and slow going. There's a big cross there. This is the Fort Jefferson Hill here. I don't think there's a fort anymore. Let's see if I can fly the drone. If I can, well, you'll see it. If I can't, it will not. And let's go all the way up to the cross, see what it is like.
Before we go right up to the cross, let's do a quick flight, because while we can't really see the confluence from the ground, I'm pretty sure the drone will be able to see it. There it is, big muddy, and the barge struggling upstream. And from here, we can actually see the confluence of the 2 great rivers, the Ohio on the right, the Mississippi on the left. This is all you can see from the top of the bluff, the confluence just past the river bend.
Well, in the words of that phrase I learned from Rick Steves, actually. What do you think? Commanding view. Looks like they're building something here, but it remains unfinished, just a few cinder blocks there. There's the cross of the confluence, and let's see what it says here. Look at the pictures when they were building it. Oh, it's fairly new, in the 90s. The cross was completed in 1999.
Well, let's see the historical markers, especially the one about the Lewis and Clark expedition. All right, let's continue. Look at all these barges as we drive across the Ohio one more time. After tomorrow, the journey will be along the Mississippi, and later up the Missouri. We're going towards the very southern tip of Illinois, near the town of Cairo, more specifically Fort Defiance State Park, and the Confluence. Also, the Illinois-Kentucky-Missouri tri-state border, which would be somewhere underwater.
If you recall, I was here back in 2020. I believe it was 2020. And I came here to Cairo, Illinois. Ooh, that was a big bug. Doesn't smell very good here. Maybe you think some people are making this their residence. So yeah, that would be the very spot where the Ohio joins the Mississippi, and they both become the Mississippi, continuing downstream. And this is another important spot in the Lewis and Clark trip, because they were coming down the Ohio, and then they started going up the Mississippi. And in the diary, they say that that's when they realized that they would need more men, because moving those large watercraft upstream on these major rivers would be a major problem for them. So yeah, this is it, the confluence of the Ohio and the Mississippi. And Fort Jefferson, where we were just there right now, would be over that bend of the Mississippi down there.
Oddly enough, when I came here in 2020, I barely noticed this sculpture. But then again, back then I wasn't looking for things related to Lewis and Clark.
Here we go. On November 1803, Meriwether Lewis and William Clark and their growing contingent of Corps of Discovery spent 5 days here, teaching each other celestial navigation and surveying skills. So apparently, the confluence moved. The confluence of these great rivers, which in 1803 was located just south of 2nd Street in present-day Cairo. We have to go there, right? So the sculpture is called Proceeding On. As you can see, there's like an arrow pointing up the Mississippi. I think we have to go see it from above again.
Even better, let's fly the drone one more time. Can't help but notice the difference in the color of the water. The Mississippi, living up to its big muddy moniker. Always fascinated by all these barges and the amount of cargo traffic that goes up and down all these rivers. In the time of Lewis and Clark, this was actually the only practical way to transport heavy cargo. That's why it was so important for them to find a waterway to the Pacific. Here we are. I think this is the actual spot where the confluence used to be.
Yep, we are right here.
We've got one more stop today, and that is the town of Paducah, where we're going to say goodbye to Kentucky. This is called the Brookport Bridge, spanning the Ohio River. Unusually long and narrow, and historic, it dates back to 1929. Here we are, Paducah, home to the National Quilt Museum. And spoiler alert, let me get that out of the way, we're not gonna visit. But they are a harvest host, so one of these days, when fortune and fair winds take us back to these parts, we might do it. It is a good looking downtown, let me tell you, and the wall by the river is decorated with all these murals depicting the history of the town. And I'm sure there's going to be at least one about Lewis and Clark, right?
You can almost see the keel boat, Lewis and Clark, coming down the river. Of course, there's a cruise ship in town. That's probably why it's so lively here today. But yeah, this is the confluence of the Tennessee River and the Ohio here at the port of Paducah, Kentucky. Let's explore the town.
We have live music to entertain visitors coming on the cruise. Not the best sounding system, I must say, but hey. I don't know, one of these days it may be fun to take one of these river cruises. Let's walk along the wall. And here we have our Lewis and Clark portrayal. It is one of the more faded ones, so hopefully they will retouch it at some point. Here's an ICRR Mikado 1518 steam locomotive. It is a fascinating machine. The Paducah Railroad Museum is also nearby.
What can I tell you? I like locomotives. Big machines like this. Look at those springs. Please do not climb on train, okay?
Apparently, riding on it is okay. Or people will do it anyway.
What can I say? Contemporary petroglyphs.
They do offer horse-drawn carriage tours. Had we come earlier, maybe, probably we would have taken one of those.
Let's go back and see the part that we missed over there.
George Roger Clark, perhaps?
So that would have been Paducah in 1873. There were steamboats, the confluence of the two rivers, and we are somewhere around here right now.
Well, I for one am really glad they're restoring some of these murals. It is such a great way to learn about the history of this area.
Of course, the main thing to do in this town is the Quilt Museum, the National Quilt Museum, which I believe they happen to be a harvest host as well. Spoiler alert, we're not gonna go there. We're just gonna walk along these streets, see if we can, you know, see what calls our attention.
It is such a pleasant evening here in Paducah. Wow, 1827. Very historic town. Historic indeed. We're going to drink our last bourbon in Kentucky, and then we're gonna call it a night. And the American Duchess is leaving port, going somewhere up the Ohio. One of these days. One of these days. And with that, we're saying goodbye to Kentucky. Our next destination, St. Louis. To St. Louis we go. It is official. Just finished dumping and getting some fresh water. And yeah, a new stage of the trip begins. After an uneventful 3-hour drive across the land of Lincoln, we are finally arriving in St. Louis and the gateway to the west. We're going to spend 4 days here exploring and looking for some of the Lewis and Clark historic sites along the way. Just like we did back in 2016, we're staying at the Casino Queen RV Park in East St. Louis. Although I must say, last time we were here we got a much better sight. These are tiny and there's no clear view of the arch, but hey, we're basically just coming back here to work and sleep, so it is going to be fine.
Here we are, this is surreal being here. And you probably can't tell, you know, you have no depth perception in the video, but it's quite surreal to be here looking at it from this vantage point.
Here we have a sculpture, and this one is called The Captain's Return. It was commissioned in 2006 to mark the bicentennial of the end of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Now let's go see some of the Lewis and Clark historic sites, beginning with Camp Dubois, where the expedition spent the winter of 1803 to 1804.
Here we are at the Lewis and Clark State Historic Site. I believe this is Camp Dubois. Let's just check it out. Here we go. We are here. Camp River Dubois.
It turns out, by many accounts, this is the true beginning of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Meriwether Lewis wrote it himself on May 14, 1804, and at 4 o'clock that same day, they departed on the great adventure. It was here where they spent the winter of 1803 to 1804, gathering supplies and recruiting men for the long journey.
Okay, so we've been to Monticello, D.C., Harpers, Ferry, Pittsburgh, and we've been pretty much following this Big Bone Lick, Cincinnati, Fort Massac, and now we're here at Camp Dubois, from where we're gonna take the Missouri River.
Wow, they have a life-size replica of the keelboat. One of many I'm sure we'll see along the way. This one is actually a cutout, so we can see what it was like inside. Amazing how they maximized the limited space, with not an inch to spare in certain areas. Here we have some instruments, the all-important whiskey, and I imagine where the captains would sleep. The fiddle, I imagine, would have belonged to Private Pierre Crusat, who spoke both French and Omaha, and of course, played the fiddle. So many things to pack: weapons, food, medicine, trinkets to give the Native Americans, and also things to trade for extra food, and eventually even horses when they got to the mountains.
So this is where they wintered from 1803 to May 1804, and that's when they finally departed. Yeah, let's go check out the fort real quick, and then we'll continue towards the Confluence Tower.
The reason this is considered the true beginning of the trail, even though it has recently been extended back to Pittsburgh, is because here's where they would really begin the journey into the unknown, cut off from the known world. This is where they would enter the recently acquired Louisiana Territory, a huge piece of land that stretched from the Mississippi all the way to the Rockies, essentially doubling the size of the United States. Up until now, everything had been more or less mapped. Also, the men who left from here on May 14, 1804, was exactly the same crew that would make it all the way to the Pacific, minus one death, that of Sergeant Floyd, and the addition of Sakakawea, Charbonneau, and their infant son Baptiste the following winter. The reconstructed fort is unfortunately in a little bit of disrepair, so we can't go inside the structures, but at least they have pictures to show us what it would have looked like inside.
Yeah, apparently the camp itself is in not very good shape. She said that they've had some termite problems. So, yeah. But it was a real treat to see the keel boat and how it was packed for the long journey, and it's larger than I thought. And I have a feeling this is going to be just one of a few replicas we're going to see along the trip.
The Confluence Tower is less than a mile north as the crow flies, but first, let's go down to the river real quick. And here's another view at Camp River Dubois. I don't think there's a whole lot to see down here, except for the fact that Lewis and Clark themselves and their crew may have walked along this east bank of the river many times during their stay here. Although chances are the river has changed course since then, as rivers do. And there it is, the Confluence Tower. Here we have some more interpretive signs, and there's really no one else here. As we approach, we are greeted by Lewis and Clark. Lewis in charge of cataloging plants and animals they would find. Clark would make the maps.
And it is at that tip of the island over there.
That would be the
that's
Missouri.
That's where the Missouri is coming into the Mississippi, correct.
Here's looking back at St. Louis, almost 15 miles away, and the very spot where the two longest rivers in the United States meet, the Missouri and the Mississippi. There's an RV park, and the guide told us that it's mostly refinery workers, and that would be the Wood River Refinery, one of the largest in the Midwest.
2,000 square foot museum, today's explorers stroll along a full-size cutaway replica of the Lewis and Clark expedition keelboat.
We've decided to drive all the way to the Confluence. There seems to be a short trail. This, by the way, not part of the original plan today, but I thought it would be a good way to end our action-packed day. And then tomorrow we'll continue exploring. This would be the Clark Bridge, spanning the Mississippi. And if we were to continue driving on US 67, we would cross the Lewis Bridge, spanning the Missouri. How appropriate. It is a pretty long dirt road to get to the Confluence, but we're already here.
Well, this right here is that little peninsula we saw from the tower. Actually, I can see the tower from here. That is the actual confluence of the Missouri and the Mississippi. And there's a short trail that we're gonna do. Yeah, the Missouri meets the Mississippi. Look who's here, Lewis and Clark.
The painting depicts the expedition camping at Tavern Creek, about 51 miles up the meandering stream.
Let's go. It should be a 0.3 mile one-way, estimated hiking time 9 minutes. That was really cool. I just met up with some viewers there, and yeah, we have a lot of viewers in the Missouri, Illinois, Kentucky area for sure. Yeah, we're almost there. We're almost at the Confluence.
Here's looking downstream, south, at the combined waters of the two rivers. And here we are.
Missouri River. little muddy here. Oh shoot. Yeah, I'm thinking the water is perhaps a little higher than normal here.
From here, of course, we can see the Confluence Tower. Incredibly, it took us over half an hour to drive from there to here, but I think it was worth it. Tell you what, since we can't even read the interpretive signs, I'm gonna go back to the trailhead and fly the drone. Fascinating to see the very distinct waters of the two rivers mix. The Missouri even muddier than the Mississippi, if that can even be possible, carrying sediment and other debris all the way from Montana. Isn't that amazing? Of course, once again, that would be St. Louis in the distance. Back to St. Louis we go. Tomorrow will be another day of exploration. So we came to Malcolm Martin Memorial Park, to the Mississippi River overlook, just to see the sunset. I wonder what's going on there. In any case, here's Malcolm overlooking the sunset.
Well, good morning. We're gonna have a slight change of plans here because we've got bad weather coming, and I did make a reservation for the Arch for today at 1 p.m. or is it 1 or 3 p.m. Regardless, it's gonna be the time where we have the worst weather prediction, like 100% rain and whatnot. So the Arch wouldn't be good, right? With rain. So we're gonna try to change that reservation. So before
head west on Bogey Avenue toward Continental Green Road.
So before
make a U-turn.
She doesn't know where we're going.
We're actually going to backtrack and try to visit some of the places we missed on the way to St. Louis. This is the first one, the old Cahokia Courthouse, originally built by the French in 1740, and while the Court of Discovery were at Camp River Dubois, Lewis and Clark used the courthouse as their headquarters. From here, they collected information, met with territorial leaders, gathered supplies, and corresponded with President Thomas Jefferson. Unfortunately, it is closed today, because it would have been really cool to see all the exhibits inside.
Well, it's a real bummer that it is closed, but at least we got to see it from the outside. The old Cahokia Courthouse. Now we have a couple more points of interest. They're a little bit of a drive, but it's gonna be fun.
Stray dogs. That's something you don't really see every day. At least not anymore.
Well, if a little rain didn't stop Lewis and Clark, it is not gonna stop me either, right? So this is the site of Fort Kaskaskia or Kaskaskia. We are not certain of Fort Kaskaskia's appearance. This artist's conception showing the fort under construction is based upon archaeology and descriptions. So no one bothered to take a picture back in the day. Yeah, photography wasn't invented yet. But there could be a painting or a... Here we go. So here's our Lewis and Clark connection. In 1803, President Thomas Jefferson...
Apparently, they recruited 12 men here, more than at any other place along the route. This would be the Garrison Hill Cemetery. In 1881, there was a great flood, which changed the course of the Mississippi River, flooding much of the town of Kaskaskia. It actually became an island. 300 graves in the village were exhumed, and the remains were buried atop this bluff. Oh, by the way, if you're looking for Fort Kaskaskia anywhere, it no longer exists. Only earthworks and some artifacts remain.
By the way, a lot of these signs here were erected for the 200th anniversary, erected in 2003. So that will be the anniversary of the trip. And I'll be brief because it is starting to rain here a little hard again. This is where, you can imagine Lewis and Clark coming on the kill boat and the two pirogues. And here they recruited 11 more men and got a second pirogue and a third pirogue, rather. And yeah, I'm glad we backtracked to this place because we had skipped it after Cairo a couple of days ago. Yeah, I came to this shelter, by the way, very nice state park as far as state parks go. This one is nice. They have a campground, dump station. Oh, let me get back to the car.
Yeah, they have a pretty decent campground here, so maybe one of these days. Now we've got one more stop, perhaps our last point of interest in the state of Illinois. And wouldn't it be cool if a train came roaring by right now? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Chester, Illinois.
Well, here we are in famous Chester, Illinois. Not only famous because Lewis and Clark were here, it's famous because of Popeye.
In my opinion, Not the prettiest statue in the world, especially for a cartoon character, but hey, at least he got one.
Well, yeah, this is the birthplace of the creator of Popeye. Born in 1894.
Had we delayed by 1 minute or two, we would have seen this train going by. Timing is everything, although this is not a bad view.
Yeah, we have a very loud train going north here. Oh, it's gone. Lewis and Clark would have been coming upstream here at a much, much slower pace. And just to prove that Lewis and Clark were here, they have a display. I don't know if they stopped here. Maybe they did. But there they are. On November 27, 1803, Meriwether Lewis, William Clark and their party camped on Horse Island, just opposite this place at the confluence of the Kaskaskia and the Mississippi rivers. The next morning, Lewis left them to travel by land. Clark and the men pushed onto Kaskaskia via the Mississippi River. There you go. Anyhow, what took us merely 11 minutes driving took them probably a whole day or more. And here we have, of course, a welcome to Illinois sign, because on that other side of the river, that would be Mississippi, but check it out. Here they have the sign. Welcome to Chester, home of Popeye.
It's a brand new day and our last full day here in St. Louis. Let's go see the Bellefontaine Cemetery, which is very historic on its own right. It is home to many works of funerary art, some listed in the National Registry of Historic Places, but let's face it, today we're looking for a very particular grave, perhaps the most important of them all, and that is William Clark's final resting place. They do give you a map at the visitor center, so it should be relatively easy to find. And here we are.
Here he is, William Clark. And as you probably know, earlier this year we visited the final resting place of Meriwether Lewis, Clark's counterpart, in the Corps of Discovery. And today we're visiting Clark right here in St. Louis, Missouri, at the place where the expedition really started. Actually, right now we're going to the place where the expedition really started, which is St. Charles, Missouri. But that's where we're going next. And according to what I read across the lot here, they have some of the plants cataloged and discovered by Lewis and Clark, but I think the garden is kind of under construction. Let's check it out. This is it. These are some of the plants brought back from the expedition. Alright, let's continue. Let's take one final look here, and it is worth noticing the square and compasses symbol, which means that Clark was a Freemason, inducted in 1809 into the St. Louis Lodge. It is a beautiful cemetery, and very easy to get lost in its endless maze of winding, narrow roads. But I'm confident, eventually, we'll find the exit. Now, let's go to St. Charles. On May 16th, 1804, 2 days after departure, the expedition arrived in St. Charles, a village founded in 1769, mostly inhabited by French Canadians, which would later become Missouri's first capital. Lewis had remained behind tying some loose ends and wouldn't arrive until May 20th. Here in St. Charles, he hired 2 more translators, Pierre Crusat, who also played the fiddle, and one Francis Labiche. Now, there's supposed to be a very good museum here. They even have a replica of the keelboat, so let's check it out. Here we are, and we've even got seamen to greet us. Unfortunately, the keelboat is behind bars in this warehouse, so it is kind of hard to appreciate, but it does seem to be a seaworthy full-size replica. Let's step into the museum. On May 21st, some of the men attended one final mass, and at 3:30 p.m. the expedition set out, completely cutting themselves off from civilization. There would be no more incoming letters, no orders, no commissions, no fresh supplies, no reinforcements. Nothing would be able to reach them until they returned. They were as autonomous as Columbus, Magellan, or Cook were in their time, sailing into the unknown. The dioramas are a little crude, but very effective in retelling the story of the expedition. From the death of Sergeant Floyd to their encounter with the Teton Sioux, which almost put an end to the journey, to wintering among the Mandan, encounters with grizzly bear, the near capsizing of the boat, the Great Falls of the Missouri, their encounter with the Shoshone, and the almost unsurpassable obstacle that were the Rocky Mountains. As we continue traveling west, we'll be able to see all this in present-day America. Until ocean in view, oh the joy. Here are some of the specimens they may have encountered. Sakakawea, perhaps? Check out the medical instruments of the era. Oh no, that's a scary-looking syringe. There was no way to buy any medications, so they had to bring them all with them. The canoes they would have to build, actually, along the way.
As remote as they were going, parts of the river had already been mapped, at least until the Mandan villages in present-day North Dakota, where they were planning to spend the winter. Of course, we have windows from where we can see the mighty Missouri. And here's again the keelboat from a different vantage point. Let's walk around Frontier Park a little bit. There's supposed to be a Lewis and Clark monument somewhere around here.
Hello, fellas. Don't go away. I guess they don't like me. They left.
All kinds of wildlife. And we're not even in the Wild West yet. There's a lot of pollen in the air here in late spring. And even though it looks very pleasant, it is actually rather warm, for early June that is. And here's the aforementioned statue of Lewis, Clark, and Lewis's Newfoundland seamen. As we travel farther west, we might start seeing statues that also include Sakakawea, who was their Shoshone guide and translator, and certain Native American chiefs, but it's too early in the trip for that. Also, hard to fathom how young they were at the time, 29 and 33 respectively, and they had such a monumental responsibility. Now let's explore St. Charles a little bit and look for that historic Capitol building. Before we continue, it is really hot, so let's check out the local saloon. There is a Lewis and Clark restaurant we want to check out later, but it might be closed today.
We're gonna eat at Lewis and Clark's restaurant, but it is closed on Tuesday.
Here we are, First Missouri State Capitol, which seems to be this building under construction. The visitor center was about to close, so they weren't very helpful.
Remember how we couldn't find anything about Lewis and Clark in Washington, D.C.? Here, they're everywhere. Well, unfortunately, they don't have any more tours today, but we're free to roam back here. And the Capitol would be that building back there, I'm assuming, right? It's the only one that looks like old. Yeah, apparently this is the Capitol building. At least that's what it looks like. Well, unfortunately, there's not a whole lot of information, and it's not like they were very willing to give it in there, so they're kind of like, I think they want to go home. So yeah, unfortunately, I'm not gonna be able to show you anything about the old state capitol. This building is there, but they're not offering any more tours today. They didn't seem very willing to, give out any information. I mean, it is what it is. There seems to be a garden back here, and we'll continue. I think we're gonna go back to St. Louis soon.
Yes, the moment you've all been waiting for, and the fitting end to our time here in St. Louis. Let's visit the Gateway Arch. There it is, just a short walk away. let's go into the recently expanded and renovated underground visitor center, which was under construction the last time we were here. It is a beautiful facility. You can tell the National Park Service spared no expense. There's a map with all the major rivers, I presume. Let's go down to the lower level. This is very nice. Before getting to the elevators, you go through the museum, so let's do that first.
Cahokia.
Yeah, as I said, they spared no expense, and it is larger than I expected. There's a section for every aspect and every time period when it comes to the rich history of this area. The center of the Mississippian culture, the domain of the Cahokia people, the Osage, then the French came, and the Spanish. That's when the village of St. Louis was founded in 1764. Eventually, after the Louisiana Purchase, it became part of the United States. They also have a section about the construction of the arch, which was quite the feat of engineering. Soon, we're gonna get on one of those tiny little capsules.
It's been a while since I had to wear one of these. Cookie, espresso, water with Jefferson,
It is time for our 6 p.m. reservation. At least they keep us entertained while we wait for the tram. Of course, I hit my head. The tram is a one-of-a-kind invention, a combination of the elevator principle and the Ferris wheel principle. We begin almost like a regular elevator, moving upwards, nearly vertically. In fact, there's another regular elevator that goes up to the 372 height, more than halfway to the top. But as we get higher, we start gradually going in a more slanted curve until by the time we get to the top, we're going not quite horizontally, but definitely more than 45 degrees. It takes roughly 4 minutes to get to the top, and here we are.
Come out of your trams, turn to your left, and come up the stairs.
And right here is the very highest point of the tallest natural height.
What do you think? Pretty neat, huh?
Made it to the top.
Rather look up the other side.
There's our casino, but we can't really see Minitini from here. Wouldn't it be cool if the geyser went off right now? One thing that always surprises me is the lack of traffic in St. Louis. It is 6 p.m. on a Tuesday. I would expect it to be bumper to bumper, but no. It would probably be really cool to watch a baseball game from here. And what goes up must go down.
And try not to hit my head now.
These were all the monuments proposed at the time, and I'm really glad they went with the arch. Let's see a little more of the museum. I mean, we still haven't found the Lewis and Clark section. There's gotta be one, right? Of course, it all began with the Louisiana Purchase. Overnight, the United States more than doubled in size, and it was the event that really initiated the rapid expansion to the west. Crossing the Continental Divide. We're still a few days away from that. Check it out! The keelboat. One of the instruments they used to figure out their latitude and longitude. The GPS coordinates, if you will. They took the best chronometers and compasses available at the time. Still, it wasn't an easy task to determine your position on the planet, but essential in order to produce accurate maps, what came to be the first maps of the American West. As we explore this part of the museum, I can't help but wonder what we will encounter along the route, as we follow the journey of the Lewis and Clark expedition.
Here we are, the Ohio River, the Mississippi, and then the Missouri. Sailing to the west, into the sunset.
We still have a long way to go. Well, this was a great experience. I'm really glad we got to do it. And now we came to Keener Plaza, because from here you can see another iconic view of the old courthouse framed by the arch. You'll see in a moment.
And it is from this unique vantage point that we're gonna say goodbye to St. Louis for now, until we return. As always, thank you so much for watching, and see you on the road, which tomorrow will take us west.
Alright, today we're going to Kansas City, the great city in the middle of the country. Well, crossing the mighty Mississippi. And from this day forth, we'll be west of the Mississippi. For a while, hopefully.
Sunset, driving to the west. Driving to the west, into the sunset, driving to the west. Driving to the west, into the sunset, driving to the west. Driving to the west, into the sunset, driving to the west. Driving to the west.
Yeah, we're taking a little bit of a scenic drive here in order to stop at places like this and maybe get a view or at least a glimpse of the Missouri River. Somewhere around here was a settlement called La Charrette. At the time of the Lewis and Clark expedition, the last settlement of whites on the river. Here, they got some eggs and milk and continued the journey, going deeper and deeper into Native American territory, which was possibly hostile in nature. They did encounter several fur traders going downstream, but that was about it. We're crossing the Missouri once again, which we are going to cross many more times during our journey to the west. Now arriving at the state capital, Jefferson City. Actually, I think this is the side of the building. Let's drive all the way around to the front. Yep, this is the spot from where to take the picture. Maybe we can go around. There's of course a statue of Thomas Jefferson, who gives the city its name. The sculpture represents the Mississippi, father of waters. This one, the Missouri. Bronze statue at the top is that of Ceres, the Roman goddess of agriculture.
Well, yes, here we are at the capital of the Show Me State, and that will be Jefferson City, Missouri. And that's the Capitol building right there. I thought it would be a good idea to stop real quick. I mean, it was kind of along the way. We're not gonna have time to tour the grounds or the building itself, at least not today. I mean, we are kind of illegally parked right there. Not illegally, but I'm taking a little more than 2 spots. They're very small spots, parking spots, but just a quick walk away from the state capitol. Someday we'll come back and do the tour and explore the grounds and whatnot. We're about an hour and 15 minutes away from our destination, which is Arrow Rock State Historic Site, as we continue on the Lewis and Clark Trail.
Right here in front of the post office and courthouse. This is where we're staying today, Arrow Rock State Historic Site.
Let's go for a little hike. Here we are, Arrow Rock State Park. Kind of marginal internet service, so yeah, I deployed the old King Wi-Fi because, I mean, potentially I could put like a Starlink somewhere out there, but there's too many trees. So I think that's gonna work out just fine with the cell phone booster there. I have no idea how far the trail is, but actually I had an epiphany. I got this great idea, and check it out. Right here in the back of the campground, we have a trail that potentially goes to the trail we're looking for. I also went back to get some bug spray because there's a little bit of bugs around here. This is kind of right behind the campsite. Right there on the other side is our campsite, pretty much. Yeah, there are more bugs than I'm comfortable with. I just put some bug spray on, applied some bug spray on, maybe that'll work. I believe that the river is right down there, so that's probably why. This is, by the way, supposed to be the Pierre à Flèche, Rock of Arrows. Oh, Pierre à Flèche, of course, in French. The Rock of Arrows trail. Historic. Going to the historic site now. What is this? We're just emerging into a... Maybe this was not the Pure Flesh trail. This was just like a trail out of the campground. Could it possibly be? Well, the trail goes back here into the wilderness. Let's go back. And this one is marked. This one has blazes, so this is the actual trail, I guess. I'm not exactly tracking myself, but I'm kind of, following along. Just another walk in the woods, huh? In case you're wondering, yes, I did bring my hiking shoes. I got some water too. Okay, this is part of the Santa Fe Trail. It's a watering stop. By the way, we are not nearly as remote as this looks, but I figured it'd be fun to do a nature trail, get that blood pumping. But here we are. Here we are by the visitor center. Of course, the visitor center closed at 4 p.m., so we're not gonna be able to see it, but maybe we can follow in the footsteps of Lewis and Clark. Off-season attractions may be closed. Well, we'll still see what's going on, right? I guess this would have been the courthouse.
This is the first of many historic buildings we're gonna encounter. This was actually the county seat from 1939 to 1940. The town was founded in 1849, although there was a ferry here operating at this location as early as 1815. The name first appeared on a French map in 1732 as Pierre à Flèche, Rock of Arrows. Lewis and Clark passed by on June 9, 1804, and later, in 1808, William Clark passed through the area again on his way to construct Fort Osage, and he thought the area would make a handsome spot for a town.
Yeah, I doubted they would leave me a gavel, to go like, order. But they do have pamphlets, and thank you for visiting. Alright, Shelby Log Cabin.
This was originally located southwest of Arrow Rock. It was moved here to save it from destruction, as it is one of the oldest surviving buildings in Saline County, dating back to 1835. It was actually part of a larger cabin in what was known as the Shelby neighborhood.
They have an app. Oh, there you go. The tavern is open until 7 p.m. We might be back. But first, let's see the rest of the town.
This is, by the way, the oldest continually operating restaurant west of the Mississippi. Pretty cool. The town, very quiet. It is a weekday in the off-season, And I don't really feel like doing a lot of historical exploration today. I think I am mainly going to do part of the Lewis and Clark Trail of Discovery and call it a day. It is actually late afternoon.
Come on, it is closed. Let's peek through the window. Alright, there you go. There. There should be a trailhead here that goes down to the river, part of the Lewis and Clark Trail of Discovery. I think this is it. Historic River Landing Trail. Right. This is the first written description of the Missouri River. Okay, maybe muddy or flooded. Present river course. Oh, I see. So this would have been underwater, right?
There it is, once again, the mighty Missouri. Lots and lots of driftwood coming down the river, which would have been a great danger to navigation.
Very nice. You can only hear the sounds of nature back here, but it is time to head back. It is time to head back. Okay, the Lewis and Clark Trail continues that way, but we're gonna take the trail back to town. I feel like going a different route this way, going back. I'm not gonna take this trail, I'm just gonna take the park drive, which seems to be fine. No cell phone signal. I was trying to get walking directions, but driving is 0.4 miles, so I'm just gonna follow the road. And we're almost back. By the way, this campground, 50 amp, most of the sites, which is good. Only electric. There's some water spigots here and there. And yeah, 50 amps. And a lot of vacant sites that you can have, you know, first come, first serve. We made a reservation. There we go. 12,000 steps, goal complete. We're back.
Today we are very excited to be arriving in Kansas City. And there's a much more detailed video of our visit here, one of my favorite American cities. But for now, we're just going to visit Lewis and Clark at Caw Point, at the confluence of the Kansas and the Missouri. That's a great view of the Kansas City skyline, isn't it? There's a Lewis and Clark Interpretive Center that doesn't seem to be open, a historical marker, and several interpretive signs. Here's an illustration of what the Lewis and Clark camp may have looked like. The park is called Caw Point, and we are exactly at the confluence of the Kansas and Missouri rivers. And yeah, I'm starting to notice a pattern here on the Lewis and Clark Trail. A lot of the points of interest are, curiously enough, confluences. I guess someone decided it would be funny to make Lewis and Clark a little more anatomically accurate. Looking up at the strong current of the Missouri, a current the Lewis and Clark expedition would have to go against after they took a break here, made some repairs, and continued on the way north. And this is pretty much all there is to see about Lewis and Clark here. Check it out. They have a mural here at this loading dock. Sans the extra art. We're going back onto the Missouri side. There's a Lewis and Clark mural here on the left. Not the most flattering depiction, and we can see Sakakawea, so this must have been somewhere in North Dakota or even Montana perhaps. Well, good morning. Today we kind of sort of begin a new phase in the trip here. We've been traveling for the most part west, and now we begin a trek more like north-northwest, north by northwest, if you will. Kansas City, we've enjoyed tremendously. What a great city Kansas City is. Out of the radar, not very touristy in that sense. You know, I don't think many people know about it outside of this area. But great city, great barbecue, good breweries. I mean, clean, feels safe for the most part. I like it. Now we're going north, we're going into...
right onto Northeast Parvin Road.
I think our destination is in Nebraska. We're going to skip Atchison, Kansas, even though that was where Lewis and Clark spent the 4th of July of 1804. According to what I've seen, there's a park, called most appropriately Independence Park, with a playground in the shape of a keelboat, and it seems like a nice town, birthplace of Amelia Earhart. But let's face it, we're not gonna be able to visit every single place Lewis and Clark set foot on. Yeah, we're getting to that part of the country where even the cornfields are pretty. And I don't think we've ever been to this part of the country in this particular season, because the corn is not like fully grown yet. I don't know if that's corn or soy, but you know what I mean. Yeah, each season is different. But one thing is for sure, we are now definitely in the Great Plains. Yet not as flat as we've been led to believe. Actually, there are some really flat parts. And now we're gonna cross into Iowa, one of my favorite Midwestern states. And we're gonna be straddling that Iowa-Nebraska state line, which is, coincidentally enough, the Missouri River.
Welcome to Nebraska.
Oh, thank you. Our next stop is the Missouri River Basin Lewis and Clark Interpretive Trails and Visitor Center, near Nebraska City. One of the reasons we're coming here, there's a full-size replica of the keelboat, properly displayed as you arrive. It is very windy today.
Very windy, very hot wind today here in... we're in Nebraska now? Yes, we're in Nebraska. There you go, cottonwood.
Is it just me, or does the boat seem a little too narrow?
Well, yeah, apparently it was that narrow. 8 feet 4 inches wide.
This is the main boat that would take up the strong current of the Missouri. A useful yet ungainly craft, or so they said.
Yeah, this is probably the most accurate replica we've seen so far of the famous keelboat that they took up the Missouri. I guess you would have to be not a very tall person, or you have to crouch in order to be able to be comfortable there. And now I suppose all this would have been storage. I mean, I don't know exactly.
This would be one of the pirogues, and navigating the Missouri would have been an extremely difficult task. If the wind was fair, they ran up a sail, but when the wind failed, and it did, they had these poles, so they started pushing. If the bottom was deep enough, they rowed. If the current was too strong for rowing, they tied a rope to the mast and pulled. Sometimes they just had to throw their hands up in the air and tie it up to a bank and wait for wind, which today we have plenty of. It is one of the better executed Lewis and Clark visitor centers we've seen so far.
Mighty grizzly bear.
Shoshone fish trap. We won't get into Shoshone territory until we get to western Montana or Idaho, so not quite there yet.
The two boats, the one of discovery and the one of rediscovery.
Yeah, this was the forge that they used at Fort Mandan. Something similar to this.
Yeah, Fort Mandan is where the expedition wintered from 1804 to 1805 in frigid North Dakota. And here we have a model of the red pirogue. It is good to see, if only in miniature. And the white pirogue. And of course, the keelboat. And this would be one of the canoes they would have to build out west. Let's go for a little walk. This is the Missouri River Overlook. I believe those would be the lowest hills or bluffs out in the distance on the Iowa side. Let's continue on this trail. I believe there's supposed to be an Earth Lodge recreation somewhere around here. We saw similar constructions when we visited the Mandan and the Hidatsa villages in North Dakota back in 2020, and we'll see them again later along this route. I did not know the people from this area built them too. Yeah, lots of wildlife here, and not necessarily the kind you want to see. Alright, let's go. Ooh, that is a very loud fan.
Oh yeah, apparently we came the long way because the visitor center is right there.
What can I say? Really enjoyed our stop here, especially because it is the first time in the whole trip we get to see a replica of the keelboat properly displayed. You can walk inside it, get a sense of scale, and it is immaculately maintained. The Earth Lodge, not so much. Onward we go. We're in the middle of a heat wave here, by the way. 101 degrees Fahrenheit in mid-June. Unheard of. We're staying at Walnut Creek Campground in the outskirts of Omaha. First come, first served only, and only $16 per night for electric. I'd say that's a bargain. Good morning from hot and windy Omaha, Nebraska. We're only staying here for one night, so this morning we're only gonna visit 2 points of interest and then we're gonna hit the road. Destination, I don't know yet. On July 1st, the Lewis and Clark expedition reached the mouth of the Platte River. Quite a milestone, according to what I've read. To go past the mouth of the Platte was the equivalent of crossing the equator, entering a new ecosystem, and Sioux territory. They stopped to make measurements, as they did at pretty much every confluence. Later on, the Platte River also played a very important role during the migration to the west. The Trappers Trail, the Oregon Trail, the Mormon Trail, the California Trail, and even the Pony Express route all went through what is known as the Great Platte River Road. If you haven't guessed, our goal this morning is to reach the confluence of the Platte and the Missouri. Unfortunately, the road is closed. The road to the confluence is closed. Let's see if we can find an alternate route. But there has to be an alternate route.
Continue on Schilling Road for 1 mile.
I see here on the map there might be another road cutting through, so I'm gonna try to use that one.
Second left onto South 3rd Street, then turn right.
I'm not gonna pay attention to her right now, but Platte's Mouth here, not a bad looking town. I mean, it's a typical downtown. There's like a Masonic building. So this is what we're trying to do here. This was the route suggested by Google Maps, which was closed. Now there's this other route that seems like it might work, but I don't know. I guess the Confluence was a bust. There's a no trespassing sign, so I will comply and obey at this point. There's only one other thing to do, besides crossing the Platte River, which is what we're doing right now. Let's check out this park. It is called Windsor Cove in nearby Bellevue. It seems to be right next to the river, and there is a campground. Here it is, once again, the Missouri River. Too bad we couldn't get to the confluence with the Platte. We couldn't even get close enough to fly the drone, but that's life, right? Sometimes you get your way, sometimes you don't. That's the campground right there. Let's see if we can drive around it before we continue.
Ooh, it's windy. By the way, very nice park here on the Missouri River. I mean, there's even a campground, so if we ever come back, it might be cool to stay here. Now let's go back to downtown and the Lewis and Clark Visitor Center there. And I think that's all we're gonna do this morning. It's been a little bit of a bust. By the way, did I mention it's windy? Yeah, this is called Windsor Cove. It's very nice. It looks like it is only electric. No, it's, yeah. There's water spigots, so water and electric. And I'm sure they have a dump station at the exit, but yeah, I wouldn't mind staying here.
400 feet, turn right onto Payne Drive.
Right next to the river. During this part of the expedition, Lewis and Clark encountered innumerable amounts of flora and fauna. They even compared it to the Garden of Eden. On August 12th, they encountered an animal that Clark called a prairie wolf. It was actually a coyote, so Lewis and Clark were the first Americans to see one. And up until now, they had not met any Native Americans. All the tribes were out on the prairies hunting for buffalo. Technically American bison if we want to get really pedantic about it, but anyway, on August 2nd, 10 days before they saw that coyote I mentioned, they encountered a party of Otos. And we'll see more about that at the visitor center.
So yeah, this was the spot where the first council was held by Lewis and Clark with Native Americans, the Oto. And according to the book that I read, it didn't go so well. I mean, they performed, they did their speeches, but the Oto were kind of disappointed with the gifts that they received. But in any case, this is the spot where they encountered the first Native Americans unknown to Easterners. There's a picture there of the keelboat, and yeah, very cool. I guess that's probably why they call the town across the river Council Bluffs, probably because that's where the first council was held, right? And that's the significance of this spot and this place here in Omaha. And here we are, another map of the Lewis and Clark route.
So many beautiful places waiting to be rediscovered on this route of ours.
Here we are, here's the route so far. We started at Pittsburgh, we went to Fort Steuben. We didn't do much here. Cincinnati, Big Bone, we did that. Louisville, we didn't go to Locust Grove, but we went to the Falls of the Ohio. We didn't do Audubon Park, we went to Paducah, Fort Massac. Trail of Tears, we didn't do that one. Kaskaskia, we did that.
I think we did most of the points of interest around St. Louis.
with the Arrow Rock.
I'll just see what
The city, and now we are here in Omaha. We still have a long way to go.
Once again, all the modes of transportation they utilized, and here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna cross that pedestrian bridge to Iowa. This was the first ever pedestrian bridge to connect two states, and it is supposed to be quite the spectacle at night.
Did I mention it is windy today? By the way, very nice condos back there. And well, back here, the Missouri River. Whew. So windy. And this is the one spot where you can stand in two states at the same time. How cool is that? It's gonna be a good 40 miles per hour.
We've got some modern art here on the Iowa side.
We are now officially in the Iowa side, and let's check out that funny looking sculpture right there.
The sculpture is called Looking Up. It depicts a very tall man peering up into the sky, seemingly watching the stars or the passing clouds. It is made of recycled aluminum, hence its aluminum foil look.
Check it out, it's a pelican, an Iowa pelican. It almost looks like aluminum foil. In any case, we're gonna take a picture of the Omaha, Nebraska downtown here and head back. Running out of time here.
That riverfront area is, as I said, called Lewis and Clark Landing, presumably one of the places where they camped. We will make sure to come back when the construction is done. Now let's go back to Nebraska. Crossing the Missouri once again. Since there's no road that goes along the river, I think there should be one, but there isn't, we're just gonna take I-29 north, which we've taken before, and it is not a very interesting drive unless you are into farmland, which I am. Our next point of interest is Sioux City, Iowa. And that's where we're going. That tall obelisk on top of Floyd's Bluff, built to honor the only person who lost his life during the entire Lewis and Clark expedition. And they have overflow parking.
Well, here we are near Sioux City. Would that be Iowa? Yeah, Sioux City, Iowa. And this is probably the most important point of interest we're gonna see today, and that's the Sergeant Floyd Monument. The only member of the Corps of Discovery to die during the mission. Here we have another map of the Lewis and Clark expedition. And yep, we're here. Doesn't include the portion from Pittsburgh, which was added to the official trail 3 years ago, as we speak here in 2022. This one could use a little bit of updating, if you ask me. It talks about the monument.
Of all the things a person could have died during the Corps of Discovery expedition, Sergeant Floyd most likely died of peritonitis from an infected, ruptured appendix. There was no treatment for that at the time. After several days, desperately ill, he passed on August 20th, 1804. He was buried with military honors somewhere on this bluff. The exact location is unknown.
This would be a perfect opportunity to fly the drone here, but I think it is too windy. I don't want to risk it. Yeah, the monument was erected here in the year 1900, and I thought it was like exactly at the spot where Sergeant Floyd was buried, but no, it's near the spot where he was buried in 1804, but they don't really know for sure, I guess, where the exact spot was. Let's go all the way to the end of the vista point. Well, that's I-29 down there, the main interstate going into Sioux City. Let me show you Sioux City here in a little bit. And I don't know if you noticed, but The farther north or northwest that we go, the narrower the Missouri River looks. I mean, it still has a pretty healthy current, and farther north is going to be much wider because it's dammed. There's a lot of dams, but at least from up here, it looks a lot narrower than it did before. Let me show you. Let me zoom into Sioux City down there so you can see it.
It must have looked so different when Lewis and Clark passed through here. We're back in Nebraska. And for this stretch, we're going to take a more westerly route, following the Missouri River, of course. Today we're gonna stay at the Wagon Campground, part of the Lewis and Clark Lake State Recreation Area, on the south shore, the Nebraska side of the lake. On the other side, South Dakota. And have you noticed, the farther up the Missouri we go, the more and more we find places named after the two explorers. And that's kind of what kindled my interest and my desire to do this route. When I was in North Dakota, back in 2020, I had heard the names but never realized the impact of their achievement until now. By the way, I don't know if you've noticed, but it is gorgeous around here. And there it is, Lewis and Clark Lake. Oh, the joy! This is our site, so huge sites. But look at those bluffs. That's so beautiful. We can see the dam in the distance, and of course, Lewis and Clark Lake is man-made, created when Gavin's Point Dam was built in 1957. So beautiful. I didn't know we were going to start seeing topography like this in Nebraska and South Dakota. I don't see any restrictions, so up in the air we go. Gavin's Point Dam, which we'll stop by tomorrow to see it, is one of 6 dams taming the otherwise treacherous upper Missouri River. I wouldn't mind at all living in one of those cliff-top houses, at least part-time. There's the marina, our campground, This was a very important moment in the Lewis and Clark expedition because they were approaching Sioux territory. On August 27, 1804, they passed by the mouth of the James River, Sioux Yankton territory, and they met near present-day Yankton, South Dakota. The Native Americans turned out to be very friendly. And that's it for today. I think we've covered enough miles. Tomorrow, we'll continue exploring around this area. We've got bugs.
Look at all the bugs. My goodness.
Well, good morning. A little bit of a late start here today because it's been raining on and off all morning. In fact, it is sprinkling a little right now. And last night we got hail. So let's explore the area a little bit here around. I mean, this is beautiful, beautiful Lewis and Clark Lake here in South Dakota. Well, we're in Nebraska. That's South Dakota. And we're going to see some of the visitor centers, some of the points of interest in the area. And that's what we're gonna do.
What if I told you there is a Lewis and Clark Visitor Center by the dam? Well, what do you know? There is, and that's where we're going next. There's a raised relief map, and you know I love these. And this one covers a pretty large area. That's where we are with the blinking light. On the left here, the Colorado Rockies, which we'll cross eventually, but much farther north. And we can see the Missouri, from its confluence with the Mississippi, all the way to the headwaters in Three Forks, Montana. Some of the rest is very similar to what we've seen before. I mean, how many times are we going to see a model or a replica or a picture of the keelboat? I'm gonna go out on a limb and say a few more, but every museum, every visitor center has a slightly different approach, adding a little bit of the local history, some not necessarily directly related to Lewis and Clark, although they are always ever present. We can see the dam out there, and here's a model.
Very nice visitor center here with the raised relief map. I really like that. Oh, it's raining harder now. And this one is by the Army Corps of Engineers because it's as much about Lewis and Clark as it is about the dam that creates Lewis and Clark Lake back there.
Those white pelicans down there, they sure look like it.
Where are we? Right around here.
Back in Omaha, at the Lewis and Clark Trail headquarters, when I told the ranger we were planning on doing the whole Lewis and Clark Trail, she gave me a plethora of recommendations, of places not to miss. And where we're going is one of them. It's a little bit out of the way, 45-minute detour, but I believe it will be worth it. We are going to the Spirit Mound Historic Prairie.
Well, here we are at the Spirit Mound, and apparently this was the first time that the captains, Lewis and Clark, they got away, miles from the Missouri River, and got to be able to go to a high point and experience the tall grass prairie, which is what this is. Except for a couple of, houses and stuff, this is probably what it would have looked like back in the day. And there's all herds of buffalo, and it doesn't say it here, but according to all trails, it is a 1.4 trail, back and forth, round trip. It should take about 32 minutes to complete. So let's do it. It's a nice day for that. It's not very, I mean, it's probably 60 degrees Fahrenheit, and it doesn't seem very far. I'm gonna track myself here with the app and let's navigate. Yeah, apparently truckers use the parking lot as a rest area sometimes. I don't know. I mean, right now it's kind of, you know, overcast and gloomy, but on a sunny day, this is a beautiful prairie here. Spirit Mound snakes. Oh no!
On a sweltering day in August 1804, Captains Lewis and Clark, along with 10 of their men, walked under the blazing sun for 4 hours looking for this mound, which, according to the Sioux, the Omaha, and the Otto, was inhabited by 18-inch tall humans with remarkable large heads. Suffice to say, they never found any of the so-called little people, but it's a good story.
Commemorating that this spot was visited in 1804 by members of the Lewis and Clark expedition. We continue. There's a small stream, you know, meandering around. I think we're gonna cross it right here.
Here's another interpretive sign about the little people. You think they were aliens, perhaps? One thing for sure, there's a lot of wildlife. Very refreshing to see a place where the prairie has been kept in such a pristine state. Perhaps not so pristine. And all this time I thought it was an Indian mound. Apparently it is a natural formation.
It's beautiful. Glacier erratic. Final stretch. And we have reached the top. I guess people have been taking a shortcut down here, and I guess you're not supposed to. You're not supposed to erode it any more than it already is. But in any case, this is the view from the top of the mound, and I can only imagine what this would have looked like in 1804, you know, when Lewis and Clark came up here. I can imagine the herd of buffalo or American bison. And down there I can kind of see some bluffs in the distance. That must be the Missouri River, just south of us. I'm gonna spend a few minutes up here enjoying the scenery, and then we have to go back. The flat land to the north, flat as a pancake as far as the eye can see.
It does look like it is starting to clear up a little bit to the west, so the weather might be improving here very soon. We've got more people coming, so let me sign that registry and go back down.
Let's see what's inside. Here we go, there's a sign up a book, some rocks. Doing the Lewis Clark Trail. And today is what? The 15th. Now it's official. And the part that I enjoyed the most, believe it or not, is a little farther down where you cannot see like all the modern stuff, and you really feel like you are in the tall grass prairie of yesteryears, you know? You see what I'm seeing? Blue skies to the west. I think this storm is blowing over, and the afternoon might be beautiful as soon as all these clouds, you know, head that way. You know, it's like the Windows XP wallpaper, if you remember that. Look at that, now the clouds are almost gone. I mean, blue skies on this side, and even the sun wants to come out from behind those. All of a sudden, look at this.
There's supposed to be this park in nearby Vermilion that offers free camping for up to 2 nights. First come, first served. And we want to verify that it is true. You know, for future reference, Barstow Park. That's not it. Lions Park. Campsites. This is it. We found it. And indeed, there is camping. 3 days and 2 nights maximum. I believe there are 5 electric sites, and the rest is just dry camping. And I see at least 1 vacancy. It is very nice when cities and towns offer free camping to visitors, which is a perk becoming increasingly rare. Shriner Park in Junction, Texas comes to mind. That one is no longer available. Let's rejoin the Lewis and Clark expedition at the Missouri River. Let's check out the view from the Mulberry Bend Overlook. And what a difference half an hour makes, right? Take a look at that blue sky. It's like a totally different day. Here we are, and this is part of the Missouri National Recreational River, managed by the National Park Service.
Alright, this is the Mulberry Bend Overlook. Let's check it out real quick.
Not much of a view, and I would say jokingly that they should trim all these trees, but I know someone would take me seriously, so I'm not gonna do it. Oh, wait, I just did. Check it out, white pelicans, a true snowbird. We've seen them in Florida in the winter, and now we see them here in late spring. And both times I say, "Fly, pelican, fly!" We're just west of Yankton, South Dakota, and as I mentioned earlier, it was around here, on August 27, 1804, that the Lewis and Clark expedition met the very friendly Sioux Yankton. And here's a fun fact. While they met, the captains sent 2 men to visit the Yankton camp, Sergeant Pryor and Dorion, the interpreter. Sergeant Pryor described, and I quote, "camps formed of a conic form, containing about 12 to 15 persons each and 40 in number." Well, what do you know? Sergeant Pryor was the first American to see and describe a teepee. Where are we going next, you might ask? Well, Niobrara State Park, located at the confluence of the Niobrara and Missouri rivers, where the expedition arrived on September 4th, 1804. Apparently, they had broken a mast. At the time, however, the confluence would have been almost a mile north of here. The river has shifted that much. Before getting to the park, there's a scenic overlook, and we wouldn't want to miss that.
We have the Niobrara River Valley.
And here's the Lewis and Clark interpretive sign, illustrating how much different the wild and erratic Missouri must have been at the time. Before the 6 dams, strong currents, floating branches, embedded logs, submerged sandbars, crumbling riverbanks. It is a miracle they made it all the way through. And here we are, Niobrara State Park. Since we're staying at another Nebraska state park, we can use the same pass so we don't have to pay the daily fee again. Besides, we're just gonna drive around and see what it is like. Of course, there is a campground, and this one has all kinds of activities. I believe that is the swimming pool down there on the right. And they even have horse rides. And the network of roads, some of them one way, where it is very easy to get lost. Here's a commanding view of the Missouri and the Niobrara Valley. And I think this is all we're gonna do today. It's been a lot of driving and I'm tired. Tomorrow we go deep into South Dakota and eventually North Dakota as well. After such a busy day, it feels so good to return to our campsite and relax overlooking this lake. Oops, we did it.
In 800 feet, turn left.
We filled up our gray and almost our black. So we need to do an emergency dump. We live in this campground anyway, so it's not that big a deal, but yeah, that hadn't happened in a while. TMI perhaps? Well, those are the joys of RV life, and joy is the key. Wagon Campground here at the Lewis and Clark Lake State Recreation Area. Very nice. I recommend it. Even though they gouge people from out of state. I guess if Nebraskans pay taxes to maintain these, it is only fair, right? I still don't like it. Here's the potable water spigot, and I almost passed it. And now the dump station. Oh joy. What? You thought I was gonna show you? We're gonna cross the Missouri at Gavin's Point Dam because it is more fun this way. Besides, it is a shorter route to where we're going. And just like that, on this perfect weather day, we're saying goodbye to Lewis and Clark Lake. We're taking I-90 west for a little bit and they are already advertising Wall Drug. You know that's over 200 miles away, right? Right now we're only going as far west as Vivian on I-90 before heading north. Not the best mileage in this wind, that's for sure. Yeah, it is very windy. Here we are, Chamberlain, by the Missouri River once again. And here we're going to stop at a couple of points of interest. Check it out, the Missouri River. And we have yet another Lewis and Clark Interpretive Center. And this very famous statue. There she is.
Well, greetings once again. Here we are at one of the most important landmarks of this whole trip, and that's the Dignity statue. Let's get closer.
I originally thought the statue represented Sakakawea, the Shoshone woman who served as guide and translator during the expedition, but that is not the case. The 50-foot-tall statue depicts an indigenous woman in plain-style dress receiving a star quilt. It was sculpted to honor the culture of the Lakota and Dakota peoples, who are indigenous to South Dakota. The sculpture stands on a bluff overlooking the Missouri River.
There it is, the famous Dignity statue. It's naturally all under construction. That's our luck, right? Whenever we arrive at places under construction. But here we are, one of the main landmarks of our Lewis and Clark road trip here.
Here we have several markers commemorating the bicentennial of the Lewis and Clark expedition, and this one, the Missouri River Bridges of South Dakota, the Corps of Discovery 2, which made the trek up the river commemorating the bicentennial.
Yeah, that was the Corps of Discovery 2 in 2004. Now we are the Corps of Rediscovery in 2022.
Oh no, snakes. There's a short trail to a Missouri River overlook, and that's I-90 down there. I guess this is it. And what a beautiful day. We couldn't have asked for better weather. On the left, the old railroad bridge. On the right, the Lewis and Clark Memorial Bridge.
Well, that was a pretty short hike, probably about a quarter mile or so, but very rewarding. Great views of the Missouri River.
Let's see what this is. A concrete teepee. Let's step into the visitor center. By the way, in the original plan for this trip, today we were going to make a great detour to go to Mount Rushmore and the Black Hills, but plans change. But don't worry, we'll make it there eventually, but first we're going to finish the Lewis and Clark Trail. Of course, we've been on the trail for a while now, and while some information is basically the same, it is catered to the area, and I really like raised relief maps. Here's a mock-up of a section of the kill boat where you can see where everything was stored, but I think so far the best representation of that was at Camp River Dubois. Here we have a teepee, probably just like the one Sergeant Pryor saw for the first time when he visited the Yankton camp. One final look at the Dignity statue from this vantage point, and we're going to get on our way. Back in Omaha, at the Lewis and Clark Trail headquarters, the ranger recommended many places to visit, and one of those was the Acta Lakota Museum and Cultural Center. So that's where we're going next. But first, we're going to cross the Lewis and Clark Memorial Bridge, which, let's face it, it doesn't seem all that interesting architecturally, nor the greatest feat of engineering, but it's got the name. It would be fun to figure out how many times we've crossed the Missouri so far on this trip. It turns out we didn't have to, since the museum is on the east bank of the river, so we're crossing back over the American Legion Memorial Bridge. Here we are. There seems to be oversized parking next to the red brick building on the left. The museum is an outreach of the St. Joseph Indian School, so naturally there's an exhibit about that. There's a Lakota art exhibit as well. Now for the pièce de résistance. The name Acta Lakota means to honor the people, and the museum is meant to provide a living lesson of the American Indian way of life, both past and present. Let's immerse ourselves into the history of the Lakota people. There's a vast collection of culturally significant artifacts, most of them from the early reservation era, which would have been the 1800s to around 1930. Here's our Lewis and Clark reference, from the Lakota perspective of course, and while the expedition didn't affect them directly, what came after it did. disease, the near extinction of the buffalo, and mass migration. Let's just say it didn't work out so well for the Lakota. It is actually a tragic story. I wish both cultures would have found a better way to coexist. A star quilt, just like the one represented on the Dignity statue. They have a medicine wheel outside, which is a sacred symbol to the Plains tribes. It represents all the knowledge of the universe, with each color and line signifying an essential element in the circle of life. Here's a view of the Missouri, and let me tell you, that was really good, very well executed, educational, and did I mention free? I think if you have the time, after stopping by the Dignity statue, it's a good idea to visit the Acta Lakota. I mean, it is definitely worth a visit. Once again on the Lewis and Clark Memorial Bridge, and we're going to continue on I-90 west for a little bit, and then north. I really wish there was a road going along the bank of the river, a Missouri River Scenic Byway or something like that, but there isn't. There's no great river road equivalent on the Missouri, so we're going to have to zigzag our way up and stop at different points of interest. But hey, we get to see the skyscrapers of the Prairie. It's 4:41 and we're gonna get there at 4:20. We're going back in time. Yes, we're crossing into the Mountain Time Zone. In hindsight, maybe we should have done this part of the trip by boat, especially because there are several parts of the river, particularly in Montana, that are not accessible by car. Our final destination today is Pierre, South Dakota's capital. We have no reservations, but there are two first-come, first-served possibilities. We have no plan C though. Our first choice today is Fisher's Lily Park in Fort Pierre on the west bank of the river, at the very spot where Lewis and Clark encountered the Teton Sioux, perhaps a more bellicose tribe than the friendly ones they had encountered earlier, and miscommunication led to a confrontation, and had things escalated just a little bit more, it wouldn't have turned out too well for the expedition, since there were a lot more Sioux than explorers, but more about that later. The campground seems to be full, so we're gonna have to resort to Plan B. There seems to be a rodeo happening at the fairgrounds next door. And we're crossing the Missouri yet one more time. If anybody out there is keeping score, please let me know how many times we've done it so far. And we are now in Pierre proper. We can even get a glimpse at the Capitol building's cupola from here. Tomorrow we might be able to get closer. Right now, let's look for the campground. This is it. It is called Griffin Park. Let's see if they have anything available. The third one here seems vacant, but let's go all the way to the end, see if there's something else. And yes, Site 1 here at the end seems available, so this is where we're gonna stay.
Well, good morning from Pierre, South Dakota, and forgive me, for I have sinned, have goofed actually. I thought, just one night would have been enough here in Pierre, South Dakota, but obviously it wasn't. And now we're gonna try to see, some of the points of interest with trailer in tow. But a very nice RV park here on the river. It's only electric, the sides, but they do have a dump station, a water fill.
There's supposed to be this obscure Lewis and Clark marker somewhere at nearby Farm Island, presumably where they camped during their few days among the Teton Sioux between September 23rd and 28, 1804. Now let's see if we can find it. basically Farm Island here. Apparently there used to be a marker, but it's being washed out. It's a swamp now in that area, so there's no marker anymore. You can't get to it. And now we're gonna go back to Lily Park, and basically what we're doing here, this was basically the area where Lewis and Clark encountered their first like sketchy encounter with the Teton Sioux Indians, and I mean, it was touch and go for a second there. Muskets were drawn, and the Teton Sioux almost didn't let him continue. Those were the most belligerent Native Americans I think they ever encountered throughout the whole trip, and then we're gonna swing by the Capitol building just to see it up close, and continue towards Fargo. But this area here, we're gonna come back one of these days, like I say. If you have a drinking game, go ahead. I said it again. Did I say Fargo? I meant to say Bismarck. There's an empty day-use parking lot, so let's stop here for a few minutes.
Well, this here is Lily Park, which is the campground, the other campground we tried yesterday that it was completely full. There seems to be like a rodeo going on back here. But then again, this is the confluence of the Bad River and the Missouri River. And this is, I think, the spot where they met the Teton Sioux.
Here's the historical marker, which I think greatly downplays the gravity of the situation. While both parties celebrated together until the wee hours of the night, the situation was tense at times, particularly at the initial meeting and on the day of their departure.
We are here. So yeah, that would be the Bad River, and that would be the Missouri over there. Some people fishing back there. And I was gonna fly the drone because these things are always much better seen from the air. You get to see the confluence itself, and sometimes you see. I mean, you kind of see the brown water of the Bad River and the bluer water of the Missouri back there. But in any case, there's another marker over there, and we continue.
Oh, it is cold in here. I got a pretend 100 in South Dakota.
First, we're going to take State Route 1804, then BIA 8, which doesn't even show on the map unless you zoom all the way in. BIA stands for Bureau of Indian Affairs. US 83 on the east side of the river may have been a more direct route, but where's the adventure in that? Besides, there are some points of interest we want to see along the way, and they are on the west side of the river. We certainly did not allocate enough time to enjoy Pier. I mean, a couple of days ago, all we knew was that it was the capital, but we never imagined it would be so nice. But now it is on our radar, so we'll make sure to return, and maybe we can time it so the next time we come it coincides with Oahe days, huh? There's a thought. To the east, you can see for miles. To the west, we have some bluffs, since we are closer to the river. We're approaching Forest City, which no longer exists. And we're going to ignore that Lewis and Clark trail sign pointing to the right. Sometimes it is more fun to take the road less traveled. Forest City is somewhere submerged under the Lake Oahe Reservoir. And we're going to take a quick break here to eat before crossing to the other side.
This is going to be lunch with the view. Such beautiful prairie here. And let me tell you, this is one of the advantages of traveling in an RV, like we are, travel trailer. Sometimes you get to have lunch at places like this, with this grand view of the Missouri. We continue now.
Is that a stowaway bug we have on the awning? You know, on Google Maps navigation, when you select a destination, it'll show you what it considers the best route. And then there'll be like 2 alternate routes in gray, and it says 10 minutes slower or whatnot. Well, this is one of those gray routes. The aforementioned BIA 8, going through the Cheyenne River Sioux Reservation. And we should have known better. I mean, it is not a bad dirt road by any means, but everything is gonna get dirty. And it is pretty remote, meaning no cell phone signal of any kind, and we forgot to fill up, so we're going to get to the next gas station running on fumes. So there, 2 mistakes for the price of 1. But you know what? It'll definitely be a much more interesting drive than US 83. And I know we should get an RV-specific GPS, if anything, at least to get a second opinion. But we're here now, so let's enjoy the ride. Check it out, there seems to be some kind of monument on top of that hill. It is called Patch Skin Butte. Let's check it out. Oh yeah, the views are going to be spectacular. Oh no, there's no turnaround. Let me tell you, sometimes I think I forget we're towing a trailer. Maybe it is future me wishing for a camper van with large holding tanks so we can do dumb things like this. Worst case scenario, we'll have to back up all the way back down, but I've been in worse pickles than this, right? Well, now that I think of it. Besides that one time I dropped Mini Teeny 1 into a ditch, I don't think I have. At least this time I have Illy to help me out. I think I just need to back up just a couple more feet and we'll be home free. It is so windy, it doesn't really help matters, but now that we've made it all the way up here, let's at least check out the view. Apparently BIA 8 here is a Native American scenic byway, and it is definitely scenic, especially these views of Lake Oahe from the top of the butte. Next time, we just have to remember our limitations when towing. Illy is going to make sure I don't hit anything, and off we go. Let's not do that again. It's actually very refreshing to see the prairie this way, in an almost completely natural state. Check it out, we've got bison. That's a rare sighting outside of a national or a state park. And here we've got some vintage automobiles. Perhaps a less rare sighting. And we're back on pavement, but let me tell you, it is so bad, it is actually worse than the gravel. We're back by the Missouri River. Let's turn right here.
That was a rough road we went on. The Colorado, as expected, super dirty. Minitini 3, not as dirty. You know, we have some bugs from earlier in the trip, but not too bad. And I love seeing the short grass prairie here, and how the wind, you know, moves it. Well, the back of Minitini, yeah, this is. We're gonna need an RV wash soon here. I'm curious to know how it looks inside, because that road was tough. Well, some stuff shifted, but it's not too bad actually. Yeah, pretty good. No drawers opened, no cupboards opened. Overall, it's like nothing ever happened really. Oh, this. Still pretty windy here we're still in South Dakota. But we're in the mountain time zone now for a little bit. But yeah, this is the Sakakawea or Sakakawea, depending how you pronounce it. Monument, the first of many, I'm sure we will see along the way, because it was just a little north of here, just north of where we're staying, Bismarck at Fort Mandan, that Lewis and Clark met Sakakawea. Yeah. In this area, they're called her Sakakawea, but I've seen Sakakawea as well.
She was the Shoshone woman who served as a guide and translator during the second year of the Lewis and Clark expedition. She died in 1812 at Fort Manuel, about 30 miles north of here. The monument was created with funds raised by school children from nearby Mobridge back in the 1920s. It celebrates her life and commemorates her death. And there is an interesting contrast with the monument we're going to visit next, that being Sitting Bull's grave, which is within sight actually.
You are here sign would be nice, don't you think? Wouldn't you agree? By the way, that road we were on, pretty wild. And don't tell anybody, but we're running on fumes. Luckily, the going was so slow on that road that we saved gas in the process. We still have like 30 miles, 35 miles, it says. Now let's go see Sitting Bull over there.
Sitting Bull was a Teton Dakota chief who united the Sioux tribes against the white settlers, taking their tribal land. In a war that ended with the 1876 Battle of Little Bighorn, when Sitting Bull and Crazy Horse led the united tribes to victory against General Custer. Sitting Bull was killed at the Standing Rock Indian Reservation in 1890. The statue faces east, looking upon the Missouri River in the direction of his childhood home.
The remains of Sitting Bull, Tatanka Iyotaki. They were brought here on April 11th, 1953. Before they were buried someplace else.
The contrast between the two monuments I was talking about is that they represent two totally different approaches. One of rebellion, one of cooperation.
Riding in my RV, wherever I want to be, 'cause I'm free in my RV. Yeah, I'm riding, I'm riding in my RV, wherever I want to be, 'cause I'm free in my RV. Yeah.
Here we are.
Welcome to North Dakota.
Thank you. Riding in my RV, wherever I want to be, 'cause I'm free in my RV. Yeah.
It's a brand new day. It would have been October 1804. After the Teton Sioux incident, things got better. They were sailing along this beautiful prairie as far as the eye could see. The weather was starting to cool down, which meant no mosquitoes. They had encountered many plants and animals, as they would put it, new to science, like the prairie dogs and pronghorns. And then they arrived here, our first point of interest today, and perhaps the most important site in the whole expedition. Here they spent the winter of 1804 to 1805. So let's visit Fort Mandan.
Well, if you watched my 2020 North Dakota video, you might remember that I came here back in 2020. And it was probably this place where I got the idea to someday do the entire Lewis and Clark Trail. And now we're back. We've made it back to this place. Let's check out the visitor center, because I believe this is where I bought my Lewis and Clark t-shirt. So maybe they still have them. And then we'll go to Fort Mandan.
Fort Mandan is a short drive away, but you'll have to buy the tickets here. As far as interpretive centers go, this one is also one of the better ones. Instruments, different field remedies. But this one, of course, focuses more on the 156 days they spent among the Mandan. Actually, if it wasn't for their friendly relationship with the locals, they would have most likely perished. They would have died of hunger or the extreme cold. They brought all kinds of gifts for trade and to establish good relationships. As soon as it warmed up the following spring, they sent the keelboat back to St. Louis with all the specimens they had collected, like this cute prairie dog. Since they sent the keelboat back, they dug out several canoes to continue the journey. Here's a sculpture depicting Lewis and Clark with the Mandan chief Sheheki. Let's drive down to the actual fort, which is, of course, a reconstruction. When I came in 2020, this interpretive center was open, and the fort was also open for self-guided tours, but not anymore. Here's a huge statue of Seaman, Meriwether Lewis's Newfoundland, another important member of the expedition. And the Missouri River, one more time. And spoiler alert, we'll see it again. There's a trail that goes along the bank of the river, but our guided tour is about to start, so we have to go back. As I was saying, as of the time of our visit here in June 2022, the visitor center is closed because of staffing shortages, and you have to do a guided tour, which is better in a sense because you get more information. But you have to be here at a certain time and you have less freedom to roam around the fort. For my filming purposes, I prefer self-guided because I have more time to get the shots that I want, but it is what it is. Here we have some quarters. That's quite a bit of kindling. Here's Cruzat's fiddle and a game of backgammon, and some of the items illustrating how life must have been at the fort during the crude North Dakota winter in which the men survived mostly on Mandan cornmeal. This must have been Clark's desk. And of course, these are the captain's quarters. And here Lewis's desk. This would be the room Charbonneau, Sakakawea, and their newborn Jean-Baptiste occupied. This was a room for the officers who were on guard. It was so cold outside that they would take turns and defrost in here. These canisters, that's where they stored the gunpowder and the tools they used to make bullets. And the big gun they had on the roof. And here's the blacksmith's shop, very important during this time as they traded his services for cornmeal. The Mandan were particularly interested in this battle axe design, a trade deal that probably saved the expedition from starvation.
A 15-stripe, 15-star flag at the time. Very cool.
To this day, the exact original location of Fort Mandan is unknown, but it is most likely on private land just about 9 miles west of here. I mean, for all we know, nowadays it is underwater. And that is the reason we are taking this dirt road. There's an overlook from where you can see the original fort's approximate location. Check out that power plant. I believe that would be Leland Old's station. When it went online in 1966, it was the largest lignite-based power plant in the Western Hemisphere. Lignite is also known as brown coal. And here we are, about 2 miles north of what is thought to be the original location of the fort.
Apparently this is a little closer to the actual location of Fort Mandan, which, I mean, is no longer there. But this is the marker here that says that Meriwether Lewis was probably the first Mason to tread upon what is now North Dakota. So, yeah, apparently somewhere 2 miles down there, apparently the river has shifted its path over the years. So it's probably underwater by now, the original path, the original site of Fort Mandan. And what we saw is a reconstruction at a nearby site, not at the exact. Here we have another historical plaque.
And there's Coal Creek, another lignite plant. It is the largest power plant in North Dakota. Some of the waste heat is actually used to produce ethanol. And that's it for these remote dirt roads. Let's go find something to eat. On the left we have Lake Sakakawea. On the right, Lake Audubon. And up until now we've seen at least 2 spellings and pronunciations for the name of the Shoshone young woman who accompanied the expedition all the way to the Pacific. So I asked the guide at Fort Mandan, and apparently the most accurate pronunciation would be Sakakawea, since the G sound in Sakakawea does not exist in the Shoshone language. The North Dakota variation with the K is probably wrong as well, since that sound doesn't exist either. So Sakakawea it is from now on, at least until we get to Montana. We're gonna eat here at the Totem Trail Bar and Grill. Today they have the buffalo chicken sandwich on special. I believe I stopped here back in 2020 to buy water or to go to the bathroom or something like that, and I remembered I thought it would be a cool restaurant to visit. And it was pretty good. Let's put gas and start heading back. When I was here in 2020, I also visited Lake Sakakawea, and I recall flying the drone and seeing these beautiful bluffs, and I remember wondering how it would be, the views from that vantage point. And now, a year and 10 months later, here we are. This is the Lake Sakakawea Overlook, located near a town called Riverdale, and I think it looked better from the air. I mean, it is so much windier and hazier today. Let's go down to Garrison Dam, which is the one that impounds Lake Sakakawea, which is, of course, a man-made reservoir.
It's so windy out here, but yeah, this is Lake Sakakawea, the 3rd largest man-made lake in the United States. Garrison Dam here makes it. And yeah, I was here back in 2020. And I was able to fly the drone. It wasn't nearly as windy as it is today. Maybe I'll edit in some of that footage here.
That's where we were just a few minutes ago. Let's take a look at the hydroelectric powerhouse, which went into production in 1956. I'm not going to pretend to know exactly how everything works, but apparently each one of those surge tanks can hold 3.4 million gallons of water, and the water level in each one of them is approximately the same elevation as the lake. Many remnants remain in this area of the Earth Lodge villages of the Mandan, the Hidatsa, the Arikara. Let's see if we can visit a couple of those. This particular location is kind of hard to find, but I think this is the trailhead. This is the Two Rivers trailhead, so I don't think this is it. Now we're going to the right place. It is supposed to be the site of a Hidatsa village, although I believe nowadays all that remains are the scars, the indentations on the ground.
It is supposed to be behind that tree line. It's about a quarter mile. I think it is a little more than a quarter mile. And that was supposed to be the largest Hidatsa village of all of them. Thousands of people.
Here we are, and there it is, a lone interpretive sign.
And this is it. Is it everything you expected it to be? Yeah. All these lower areas on the ground is where the earth lodges would have been, and they would have looked sort of like this. Oh, that's clearly visible there, and another one and another one. This must have been a big one because it is pretty deep. Probably the communal one, you know.
I know, a little anticlimactic perhaps. How about we see a reconstruction to see what they really looked like?
Alright, let's go back.
Where we're going next? I actually visited back in 2020, but we are so close, might as well make a quick stop once again. And this is the Knife River Village's National Historic Site. There's a trail that goes to what remains of two nearby Earth Lodge villages, but they are exactly the same as what we just saw, so let's just see the reconstruction.
Well, here we have an Earth Lodge reconstruction. As it would have looked, one of these would have been in one of those, you know, it's not a hole on the ground, what would you call that? An indentation on the ground, can't find the word, but you know, one of these would have been each one of those, so it's pretty cool.
It's that buffalo skin I see. Yep.
You notice something remarkable as you step in. It is significantly cooler in here. Apparently, these were so well insulated that they were cool in the summer and not so cold in the crude North Dakota winter. The hole on the ground is called a cache pit, used to store dried vegetables.
I guess the vegetable garden hasn't quite grown yet, but it's getting there. Depressions, that's the word I was looking for. Depressions on the ground, that's what we saw, and each one would have had one of those earth lodges.
Let's go back to Bismarck. There's supposed to be a riverboat cruise, and we want to find out all about it. And there's their old lignite power plant once again.
save this one for tomorrow. Yeah, we decided to save the riverboat for tomorrow, the Lewis and Clark riverboat, no less. But check it out, this is called Killboat Park, and they have another replica of the Lewis and Clark Killboat. Let me tell you, it's all about Lewis and Clark in this part of the country. It does feel wider than the one we saw earlier. Yeah, it's locked. It's a fake door, actually. Yeah, this one definitely feels wider than the one we saw back there at that other visitor center. So I don't know. I don't know which one is accurate. Here they have this other sculpture. It's called Northwest Coast. Interesting. Well, there it is.
Well, tomorrow will be another day. Well, hello, good morning. And it is Sunday. Everybody seems to be like they're gonna depart. A lot of people are leaving the campground. And it's gonna be 100 degrees today, so we may not do a whole lot of like outdoor activities. We're gonna go see a Mandan village now, and that may be the extent of our outdoor activities today, except for a boat cruise at sunset. It's the Lewis and Clark river cruise, so you had to do it, right? And then during the middle of the day, we might take a nap, we might go to a museum, we'll see. And then tomorrow is going to be a work day, and then, well, the road beckons, we continue. But right now, let's go see a Mandan village. Where we're going right now, I also visited back in 2020. And you see, that's kind of the theme here in Bismarck, which is, by the way, two cities in one. Bismarck on the east side of the Missouri, Mandan on the west side. Right now, we're going to the Mandan side. Even though I've been here before, the experience is always different. We may go in more depth at certain locations this time around, and let's face it, back in 2020, some things were closed, and I did try to avoid indoor activities. Our first point of interest is Fort Abraham Lincoln State Park. Let's go down to the campground first, to reminisce on my previous time here. I remember I requested a primitive site because they were right next to the river, and it turned out to be a sweltering hot day in the high 90s. Serves me well for not checking the weather in advance. And that was Minitini too, which was great, but I couldn't run the air conditioner on batteries. Yeah, I stayed at one of these sites here on the right. Let's stop by the Visitor Center.
Oh, the Civilian Conservation Corps.
Here we have another Earth Lodge village. And here we also have some Lewis and Clark exhibits. But it is not only about them. There's a lot of history here from before and after their historic visit to this area. The Mandan in particular were great botanists and farmers. The village we're about to visit next was the southernmost of the Mandan villages, and it is called Oneslant Village. It was settled around 1575 by families from 3 nearby villages. It was a planned community. This was also, of course, the site of Fort Abraham Lincoln, which gives the state park its name, but more about that later. Let's visit the village first. What we're going to see is a partial reconstruction of what would have been Miti Opai Resh, Mandan for Oneslant Village. And it was named that way because it was built on a sloping plain towards the river. It contained about 85 earth lodges with a population of 1,500. By the time Lewis and Clark passed through here, though, the village had already been abandoned. There was a deadly smallpox epidemic in 1781 which almost eliminated all the Mandan from this region. The survivors joined the Hidatsa farther north. Today, all we have are these 6 reconstructed lodges. Very similar to the one we saw yesterday at the Knife River villages, but instead of furniture, they just have these interpretive signs and this representation of the cash pit, the hole on the ground where they would store dried veggies. And here we have some fish traps. This would have been the shrine, which represented the Lone Man, one of the main figures in Mandan religion.
So yeah, the larger lodge would have been the ceremonial lodge, and that would be the Mandan shrine over there. So yeah, this was it was definitely worth coming back, and by the way, it's noticeably cooler inside the lodges. I guess all that earth, insulates it from the. I bet you it's warm in winter and cool in summer.
It is a very pleasant walk on this elevated boardwalk/bridge. Let's go up to the infantry post, but first, cool view of the village from this vantage point. You can really see the slant. And there we can see the state capital, also known as the skyscraper of the Prairie. The infantry post was established in 1872, nearly 100 years after the Mandan had abandoned the unslant village. It was built in preparation for the Northern Pacific Railroad to lay its track to the west of the Missouri River Basin. From the top of the bluff, we get commanding views of the surrounding area. All the buildings were eventually dismantled, and all that remains are the foundations and 3 block houses that were rebuilt in 1935. This foundation here would have been the officers' quarters. Maybe we can climb to the top of that blockhouse. This is so quintessentially North Dakota, right? At least in my mind. And I imagine the views will be even better from the top of the blockhouse.
Woo! Woo! Hello!
Yeah, sometimes I'm afraid there might be an animal lurking somewhere.
I guess we have to go all the way up there. Yep. It's kind of dangerous. Let's go. Let's step outside. Oh wow.
Later today, we're going to be cruising down that river. This part of North Dakota, not as flat as we were led to believe, huh?
Well, here we are. We made it to the top of this sentry building here. And we have, shall I say, a commanding view. That would be Mandan on the left, and Bismarck on the right, and the Missouri River, the mighty Missouri, in the middle. I'm really starting to like North Dakota. This would have been the hospital.
Down there we can see the cavalry post and the commanding officer's quarters, General George and Libby Custer's home, and the Missouri River meandering downstream. Let's head down there. General Custer, of course, best known for the Battle of Little Big Horn, also known as Custer's Last Stand, where he was defeated, more like obliterated, by the Lakota Sioux, Northern Cheyenne, and Arapaho tribes, the biggest battle of the Great Sioux War of 1876. The only way to see Custer's house is by taking a guided tour, so we're going to save that for another time. There we can see the North Dakota Veterans Cemetery.
Well, here it is, the famous Sakakawea statue, right here in front of the North Dakota State Capitol. Right there. I believe they used the image of from Sakakawea's great-great-granddaughter here.
Sakakawea was to become, and I quote, beyond question, the most illustrious feminine representative of the Indian race. And that is a direct quote from the plaque at her memorial, which we saw earlier. And we'll definitely learn more about her story and her legacy.
The Capitol building, I'm sure it has its architectural merits, but not very visible to the naked eye.
Well, good morning. On the road again, and today we're gonna sort of retake that Lewis and Clark route. After a quick lunch by the Badlands, today we retake the Lewis and Clark Trail, driving west from Williston, North Dakota, once again crossing the Missouri. On April 7th, 1805, what became known as the Permanent Party would have sailed from Fort Mandan in 2 pirogues and 6 dugout canoes. And if I may interrupt, yes, I have a thing for trains, and there are plenty around here.
Driving to the west, into the sunset, driving to the west. Driving to the west, into the sunset, driving to the west. Driving to the west.
By April 25th, 1805, the expedition would have arrived here, at the confluence of the Missouri and the Yellowstone. In the afternoon, Lewis ascended the hills, and I paraphrase, from where he had a most pleasing view of the country, particularly of the wide and fertile valleys formed by the Missouri and the Yellowstone rivers. By this point, Meriwether Lewis was in a very positive mood, and he would compare the expedition with Columbus or Captain Cook, and he wasn't too far off. They were, and I quote again from the journal, about to penetrate a country at least 2,000 miles in width, on which the foot of civilized man had never trodden. According to the Hidatsa, the Yellowstone was the greatest of all the tributaries of the Missouri, and this confluence is also important because on the return trip, Clark would come down the Yellowstone, and eventually the captains reunited farther downstream, but more about that later.
Many bugs here, by the way. I got totally confused and disoriented. That is over there the something's biting me. That is over there the Yellowstone coming from the south. The west is that way, of course. And joining the Missouri, which goes east. And yeah, we arrived here a little late, but at least we got here early enough to be able to get a glimpse of the visitor center there.
Yeah, time really got away from us today. But in all fairness, this morning we did stop by the north unit of Theodore Roosevelt National Park and did a little bit there, and all of a sudden it's 5 p.m. How does that happen? That, by the way, Fort Union Trading Post, which between 1828 and 1867 was the most important fur trade post on the upper Missouri River. Unfortunately, it happens to be closed, and it is too late anyway. And I believe they forgot to put up the sign because we are now in Montana. Is it me? Or is the scenery starting to change? Let me tell you, I'm just loving it. I have enjoyed every aspect of the Lewis and Clark trip so far, every city, every state, but if you know me, you know this is the part I've been really looking forward to the most, the Great American West.
Driving to the west, into the sunset, driving to the west. Driving through Montana or Wyoming, tell the folks in Idaho I'm coming all the way to the Pacific. Let me be specific, anywhere out here would be terrific. Driving to the west in my RV is where I wanna be.
By the way, around here, gas stations are few and far between, so it is a good idea to fill up often. And that's what we're doing here in Poplar, population 758 and declining. And this is Native American land. We are at the Fort Peck Reservation. Kind of surprising to see the amount of seemingly stray dogs wandering around. Ooh, it looks like the weather is taking a turn for the worse.
Driving to the west, 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 driving through the west, driving to the west, driving to the west, driving to the west.
And this is where the rooftop battery died. You think we might get a desert sunset?
Well, I don't think the rooftop cameras captured our arrival here. We got very stormy weather here, and but it seems to be a beautiful campground tomorrow. We're gonna explore a little bit now. The more pressing issue is we have no power. So one step at a time.
Whenever this thing turns on, it trips the breaker. So I don't know what's going on. What I ended up doing, since the weather is cool and we're not going to use the air conditioner, I just plugged into the regular 20 amp outlet with a dog bone adapter, which is, by the way, a must-have accessory if you are an RVer. Get yourself both, the 30-20 and the 30-50, or vice versa depending on what kind of RV you have. And an extension while you're at it. You never know when you're gonna need them.
Crazy weather.
Have you ever seen a sunset under the rain? And just when we thought it couldn't get any more beautiful.
Double rainbow. All the way.
Oh wow, everything's red. I don't think I have ever seen clouds like that before. Let me tell you, I've seen my share of western sunsets by now, but I don't think I've ever seen one quite like this one. Huge grand design momentum in front of us. In any case, today we continue the journey to the west. This was a quick overnight here. Actually, it worked out great. All we needed was really power, and then even later at night we didn't even need the air conditioner. I mean, it's getting cooler at night again.
Continue on Duck Creek Road for half a mile.
Beautiful lake here, you know, part of the same, you know, the Missouri River waterway. And you see that storm last night? Oh man. And probably the most perfect rainbow we've seen ever. Double rainbow in the sky, all the way. Today's destination, Great Falls, but we're gonna stop a couple of times, you know, at a couple of places along the way. Enjoy the ride. It's rainy right now, but it's supposed to get better. Today the road will take us pretty far away from the Missouri River. This is an area called the Upper Missouri River Breaks and the White Cliffs, and it is very remote, isolated, and supposed to be beautiful, but there are basically no roads, so we're gonna have to take a boat at some point if we want to see that part of the Missouri. Going back to Lewis and Clark, it was early May 1805, and they had already seen herds of numerous bison, and they had even killed their first grizzly bear. It was also around this time that a gust of wind almost capsized one of the pirogues, articles floating away, and if it wasn't for Sakakawea, who recovered most of the items, even the journals would have been lost. They were chugging along, sailing to the west, and it was by late May that they finally arrived at this, to this day, almost inaccessible area, with high rugged bluffs on both sides of the river. Let me tell you, I wish we could see it, but there are just no roads, even to this day. You know what else they don't have? Gas stations. According to Google, there was supposed to be one in the town we just passed a few miles back, but it wasn't there. Clark called the breaks the deserts of America, and declared, "I do not think it can ever be settled." Lewis spoke of a desert-barren country, and for once he found no redeeming virtue. He also said, "The air of the open country is astonishingly dry as well as pure." It was also around here, from the top of a bluff, that he saw the Rocky Mountains for the first time. I, for one, am extremely happy to have finally arrived to this part of the country, as the Colorado reaches 120,000 miles. This technically not the Rockies yet. I believe these are called Bear's Paw Mountains, but I'll take it. As a Florida flatlander, any mountain makes me happy, and the farther west we go, the bigger they get. We're approaching our next point of interest, which, by the way, we haven't seen a gas station for miles. We're arriving at a small town called Loma, which seems appropriate since that is the word for knoll or hill in Spanish. Is that a gas station I see on the left there? I guess it is. It doesn't look like one. It is a very old analog pump, but hey, it is what it is. All of a sudden, I feel like I'm in Oregon already, you know, having someone pump your gas. But in this case, I don't really mind. I probably wouldn't know how to operate that particular pump anyway. Also, probably some of the most expensive gas of the whole trip, at least until we get to California. But as I mentioned, we're pretty remote here. This is what is known as Decision Point. The Corps of Discovery arrived here on June 1st, 1805, and they encountered what could be described as a fluvial fork on the road, the confluence of the Missouri and the Marias River. Which river to take? That was the question. I thought we were going to be able to see the confluence from here, but I guess we can't. Just this view of the Missouri's swift current as it is about to join the Marias. Tell you what if we go back to the spot where they had the decision point sign? Maybe there's more information? You would think. I see a trail going to the top of that hill, so I bet you we're gonna be able to see the confluence from there. Yeah, here's another important point in the Lewis and Clark Trail, decision point, and here we are. We are somewhere around here, right? Well, here we are at the confluence of the Missouri with the, I think nowadays it is pronounced Marias, although at the time it was pronounced Maria. I think Lewis or Clark named her after one of their relatives. I might voice over that later. I don't know exactly what it is. But when they arrived here, they didn't know exactly which of the two rivers was the Missouri. So, they decided to investigate, and Lewis went up the Marias River, and Clark went up the Missouri. And eventually they figured it out, and they chose the correct river, right? The Missouri that went to Great Falls, which is where we're going next. That's where we're staying tonight. We're kind of a little behind schedule because I do have to do a live stream. But don't you love it how the topography is changing in this area? Yeah, I love it. We're in the foothills of the Rockies, pretty much. All right, I'm gonna just go up to the top of this hill, and then we continue. There's a nice view, and I think those are still the Bear's Paw Mountains in the distance. I'm very glad I came up this hill because down there we can clearly see the confluence of the Marias River and the Missouri, both going downstream, and they could have gone either this way or this way, and this was the correct way. And yeah, now let's continue. It's a little chilly for t-shirt weather, believe it or not. This is probably in the high 60s, but with the clouds and the breeze, yeah, I love it. We are now in Fort Benton, and the reason we're here is the Missouri Breaks Interpretive Center. Yeah, that isolated area we can't get to, at least not towing Minitini 3. The visitor center is here. I mean, I've seen a few gravel roads on the map, but they don't seem to be great, so I don't feel like dragging the trailer through that. And here we are. We decided not to do the whole interpretive center inside and instead do the riverside walking trail. Well, yeah, I guess they chose this very spot to do the visitor center because the Missouri River breaks, they kind of look like this according to some of the pictures that I've seen. And they gave us information about some outfitters. Oh, be careful, I don't fall into the river. About some outfitters that will take you on a canoe or a kayak, or there's even a motorboat, so we're gonna look into that.
And we decided not to go into the museum because, to be honest, at this point in the Lewis and Clark trip, we're kind of museumed out. Not in that sense, and Eli was telling me actually, this is the trip where we have gone into the most visitor centers ever. But we've got bad weather coming, as you can see. But I'm sure it has its unique features, but in the end, they're starting to look similar. And to be honest, it was like $15. We didn't feel like pay $15. Again, to see some desiccated animals, some maps, and things we've seen before. So we're gonna continue. I'm eager to get to Great Falls for the great live stream tonight. Oh, first we have to go look for the statue of Lewis and Clark that is somewhere here in town before we get wet.
There seems to be some kind of festivity going on in town today because parts of Front Street here are closed to traffic.
Before the steamboats, they had keelboats.
Keelboat Mandan. Here's a full-scale keelboat replica built for the 1952 movie The Big Sky. Now here we have Lewis, Clark, and Sakakawea at Decision Point, doing the 1805 version of Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Moe. Actually, to be fair, they did hike several dozen miles on each river before they determined which one to take. Luckily, they chose the Missouri. The keelboat may have seen better days, but hey, it is still very cool to see. Can we take a peek inside? Mandan had told Lewis and Clark of the Great Falls of the Missouri. So, in anticipation to that and the looming Rockies on the horizon, they decided to lighten the load and leave some of the heavy baggage buried in a cache. They also left the Red Pirogue on an island at the mouth of the Marias River. On June 13, 1805, Lewis came upon what he described as the grandest sight he'd ever beheld. He had reached the lower of the 5 waterfalls on the Missouri River. And that's where we're going. Our next destination is most aptly named Great Falls, Montana. Good morning. Let's go see the falls. And I kind of want to go in the same order Meriwether Lewis saw them, which means going to Big Falls first. But that's like a half an hour drive down river, and the Black Eagle Falls viewpoint is right here, so let's see this first. This is the uppermost of the 5 original waterfalls, named Upper Pitch by Clark. But when a black eagle built a nest on an island in the falls, they were renamed. Let me tell you something, while I get the benefits and the importance of dams and all that, a part of me wishes it was before 1890, the year the dam was built, because the original falls must have been a sight to behold. It was a little difficult to find this road. We ran into a couple of dead ends, but here we are now, and I think we are on the right track. Google Maps doesn't seem to work very well in this area. There's the sign, so this must be it. That is what used to be Big Falls, nowadays Ryan Dam. There's a short trail to an island from where you're supposed to get a better view, so let's do it.
Oh, the falls are behind the tree.
Oh, and there's a suspension bridge. Ryan Dam here was built between 1913 and 1915 to harness the hydroelectric power provided by the Missouri River. Here we have Clark's drawing of the falls. Even though it is nowadays a dam, it still maintains some of its natural beauty.
Oh yeah, this is the site of the Great Falls of the Missouri River. Nowadays a dam, they made actually one out of all the 6 falls, waterfalls. I think there's only one that is left in its natural original form, and then the other one of them is also submerged by one of these waterfalls. But this is the spot, when Meriwether Lewis came here, and he thought it was the greatest waterfall he'd ever seen. And it probably was a sight to behold. I mean, it still is a sight to behold, even after it's been dammed.
The only way for the Lewis and Clark expedition to overcome the obstacle presented by the falls was to do a great portage. So on August 22nd, 1805, they set off, carrying the canoes and the baggage, finding a suitable route by land. This portage was the most difficult undertaking the expedition had yet experienced. And you would think we would know where we're going, but I think we're almost as lost as Lewis and Clark. We're looking for a place from where we can see Rainbow Falls, but I think you have to do it from the other side of the river. Here we are right behind Rainbow Dam, but we want to see it from the front. And here there's just no access, just some pit toilets and an interpretive sign. Came back to Manitini 3 to take a break. Here we have a covered wagon pickup truck hybrid. Let's stop at this overlook. That's Steamboat Island, I believe. We've got a bald eagle.
And I think I've counted 11 different types of birds right here, either hanging out or doing something. And then I looked down and saw the bald eagle. Was like, oh, there we go. That makes for a good day.
Yeah, it does. They're hard to spot.
Yes.
Always good to strike a conversation with a talkative local.
So there's all kinds of birds that are hanging out over into here. And everybody looks like they're having breakfast or lunch. So they're doing pretty good.
Look at that. White pelicans! And there's some kind of Lewis and Clark and Sakakawea sculpture down there. That's once again Steamboat Island. And look at all the birds. It's like a party. Here we have one of the largest Lewis and Clark interpretive centers. And even though we've already seen over half a dozen of them, I believe this one deserves a quick visit. At the entrance hall, they have all these photographs of the falls before the dams, and I find it quite fascinating. In fact, I would love to see them side by side.
Coulter, that's the one that is on the water nowadays. Rainbow Falls. Crooked Falls, the one that we might hike to. And the Great Falls of Missouri. And this is how they look now. Black Eagle, right here. Rainbow Falls. That's the one. This is the only one that is still kind of the same. And then finally the Great Falls of the Missouri. All right, let's embark on this adventure.
We begin with the flags of the expedition. The sections where the floor is painted blue, that means the expedition was over water, on the river. Eventually, it'll turn brown for the portage and the crossing the Rockies part. And here we have the departure from St. Charles, remember? The earth lodges of the first tribes they encountered. The death of Sergeant Floyd. We've been on the trail for so long now that all of this seems like a recap of all we've seen, all the places we've visited, and artifacts like the Mandan war axe. Do you know what those are? Snow goggles. Very clever. The prairie dog they sent back to Jefferson, along with many other specimens new to science.
That's where we were yesterday? Decision point.
And now for the Great Portage. The floor turns brown. Here we have some of the instruments mainly Clark used to determine the latitude and longitude. Their GPS coordinates, if you will. Here we have baby Jean-Baptiste and Sakakawea, or Sakakawea as it is pronounced in Montana, Lewis and Clark, and I'm glad this time they decided to include Seaman and York. Let me tell you, that portage must have been tough. Remember the collapsible boat they brought all the way from Harpers Ferry? Well, it sank. And now, spoiler alert, this is what's coming next on our trip. Crossing the Rockies, and eventually onto the Pacific.
Il veut qu'elle demande s'ils veulent échanger des chevaux pour traverser les montagnes.
Their translations weren't the most efficient mode of communication. It was almost like playing a game of telephone. It is actually a miracle they communicated at all. After the perilous mountain crossing, they finally made it to the Clearwater, Snake, and Columbia rivers, downstream, all the way to the ocean. On the return trip, Lewis and Clark took separate routes, and to this day you can still see Clark's autograph on Pompeys Pillar here in Montana. This has been, so far, I think, the best of all the interpretive centers we've seen. It seems like the most complete as far as the storytelling. And of course, the largest display is the Great Portage, which is what actually happened here, at the Great Falls of the Missouri. Let's stop by Giant Springs State Park, one of the largest freshwater springs in North America. What a beautiful spot this is. First described by William Clark. One of the aspects I love the most about doing this Lewis and Clark trip is all these places we're discovering that we probably wouldn't have otherwise. I, for one, had never even heard of Great Falls. It wasn't on my radar. And now, here we are, enjoying this idyllic place. These fabulous waterfalls, this beautiful spring. 10 lifetimes wouldn't be enough to discover all the hidden gems in North America, let alone the world. But I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to see as much as I can and share it with you. There is also this fish hatchery that is also very, very cool to see.
Hello, folks.
I think we're finally gonna be able to see Rainbow Falls, or Rainbow Dam at this point, rather. And there it is, Rainbow Dam. This one, perhaps not as impressive a waterfall as the other two. I think somewhere down there, there's Crooked Falls, the only one that remains in its natural state. And here's a sketch made by Meriwether Lewis. Let's walk the short trail to the Crooked Falls overlook.
Lewis and Clark trailhead. And we are where? We are here. And we're going somewhere around here. Alright, 0.7 miles.
One of these days, it might be cool to do a longer portion of this trail system, but for today this will be enough. It is warm, and the bugs, well, they don't really bite, they are a relentless annoyance. That seems to be the back of the falls. There's also a better view of Rainbow Falls from this vantage point. And here's our first glimpse of Crooked Falls as we continue going around the bend. The mountains and the prairies, and here's an even better view of Rainbow Falls. This is totally worth the short hike.
Not a very strenuous trail, at least on the way here. We're going downhill. We'll see on the return trip. But the only annoyance is there's these little bugs that sometimes they like to stick to your clothes. It's the weirdest thing. Oh, the Google lady says we have arrived, and indeed we have. This is the Crooked Falls overlook, and as we approach the overlook now, we can say we have seen the 4 remaining falls. Actually, this is the only waterfall that remains exactly how it was when Lewis and Clark were here.
Beautiful place.
Yeah, that was great. Now we've got 0.7 miles, mostly uphill, which is all right. It's not very steep.
All right, let's do one more thing.
All right, let's go on a quick hike here to see that other Lewis and Clark sculpture, I believe. Beautiful, beautiful river here, the Missouri River. So many trails down there, so many things to do. Perhaps we'll return one of these days. By the way, very noticeable, the drier air. You know, you can taste that it is dry.
What a view. Yeah, that would be Black Eagle Dam, right?
Lots of trails down here. And there's a river access.
We are getting close. And it doesn't seem to be solid now, does it? It really starts to look different as you get closer. It almost looks like something made out of scrap metal.
Yeah, that's a very interesting sculpture.
Yeah, definitely looks like something you would expect to see on the Enchanted Highway.
It's almost like a Monet. It looks better from far away. But very interesting concept. Let me see if it says something about it here. Lewis, Clark, and Sakakawea. Or Sakakawea by Mike Woods.
And we end our day how we started it, with a view of Black Eagle Falls. That's all we're gonna do today. Tomorrow we have a day trip.
There you go, Lewis and Clark National Historic Trail, Grizzly Bear.
And as you know, Lewis and Clark had a lot of trouble killing grizzly bears because you would shoot them and you wouldn't kill the bear. You would wound it and the bear would charge after them, and it took them too long to reload their rifles. So in any case, the reason I stopped here is very industrial area. Is because we saw on the map that there's an island behind. It's probably this. It's called Sakakawea Island. And, you know, we are kind of like everything that is named Lewis and Clark or Sakakawea or anything of the sort. You know, to see it. But the main reason I stopped because it is a nice view of the river. So I'm just gonna take a picture and continue.
It was July 15th, 1805, when Lewis wrote in his journal, "Much to my joy, we once more saw ourselves fairly on their way. I see something on the horizon. Could it possibly be? Yes, it is! Our first view of the snow-capped Rockies, just like Lewis saw them back in 1805. This is so exciting, and the pivotal moment here in our entire trip. Many times Louis preferred to hike, as opposed to being on the river. And one day while he was hiking, he saw a singular formation. As he described it, a round, fortress-like mountain rising at the perpendicular 1,000 feet above the plain, with an extensive flat top. Louis called it Fort Mountain. Nowadays we call it Square Butte. And there it is. Fascinating rock.
Oh, hello there. You guys know which way to Tower Rock? Well, I'll find my way. Thank you.
We're back on the interstate. We were going to eat something at a small town called Cascade, but nothing piqued our interest. It is just getting more gorgeous by the minute. As we approach Tower Rock State Park. Tower Rock, of course, also mentioned by Meriwether Lewis. He even climbed to the top on July 16th. Noticing they were leaving the prairies and entering a different ecological zone. On the morning of July 18th, Lewis wrote about a large herd of big-horned animals. I wonder if this is what he was referring to. Of course, it is always a good day when you get to see wildlife in its natural habitat. Tower Rock marks the entrance to the Missouri River Canyon. What a beautiful place this is. Let's take a quick break. It seems to be pretty shallow, and one of these days I might take up fly fishing. Maybe not. Let's start heading back to where we were, although you can access I-15 from this end of the canyon too.
There they are, in their natural habitat.
Here we are at the gates of the mountains, another area pretty much only accessible by boat, and this time we do have a reservation. There comes our ride, and there are two boats, one larger, mostly enclosed, and the smaller one, which is open air. The enclosed one does have a bathroom inside, but the one we want to take doesn't. but it makes a pit stop at the Meriwether picnic area so that we can use the bathroom there. It is a historic boat too, and it's called, oddly enough, Sakakawea too. Oh wait, the starboard side is missing the J, and the number 2 on the port side is about to fall off, but regardless, Sakakawea 2 is just perfect. We have the choice to pick whichever boat we want, until they fill up, that is. We're definitely going for the smaller one.
Hey, thank you. Welcome aboard. Thank you.
Welcome aboard.
1956. Only life she's ever known is giving these tours I hardly have to drive. My name's Kari, by the way. I'll be your captain and storyteller for the next couple of hours.
There, I would love to get something like that, a pontoon with an enclosed area. It could be like a floating RV. What do you think? Can't really see the brand, maybe it was even homemade, but anyway, more research shall go into that. Meriwether Lewis entered this canyon July 19th, 1805. Of course, he was coming from the opposite direction. And he wrote, "We entered much the most remarkable cliffs that we have yet seen. These cliffs rise from the water's edge on either side, perpendicularly to the height of 1,200 feet. Every object here wears a dark and gloomy aspect. The towering and projecting rocks in many places seem ready to tumble on us. From the distance of 5 3/4 miles, the river is deep from side to side. Nor is there in the first 3 miles of this distance a spot on which a man could rest the sole of his foot. It was late in the evening before I entered this place, obliged to continue my route until sometime after dark, before I found a place sufficiently large to encamp my small party. From the singular appearance of this place, I called it the Gates of the Rocky Mountains. And so, the canyon got its name.
So as we go past this cliff face to the left, look under the overhangs. You're going to see little mud domes. We have 7 different species of swallows in the canyon. We have cliff swallows, bank swallows,
The Lewis and Clark expedition, they couldn't use the poles, they couldn't use the ropes, they had to row on what was at the time an untamed Missouri River. Very different from what we see today. Nowadays, this is all technically part of Holter Lake, a reservoir created by Holter Dam, a few miles downstream. That's why we don't see the swift currents probably encountered by the Lewis and Clark expedition. And there we have a bald eagle's nest.
Fields Gulch is important to us historically because this is where it is believed Meriwether and his men camped the night they came through in 1805. Now, no artifacts have ever been found due to flooding from the dam, but historians come to the conclusion it was Fields Gulch from Lewis's journals. He was a meticulous man, and he was incredibly accurate in his record keeping. They say in the 2,500 miles from St. Louis to the Pacific Ocean, Meriwether Lewis, he was off by less than 37 miles. Now think about that. We are talking 1805. He did that with a knotted rope and a sextant. I can't get across the country with my GPS, and I get several recalculatings. Meriwether estimated the cliff heights in the canyon at 1,200 feet. You can either look back to your left or over to the right and see he was just about spot on. Coulter Campground. It is the only official campground that you will find in the canyon. It's beautifully maintained by the Forest Service. You have picnic tables and fire rings. There's an outhouse tucked back in there. The green pump that you see halfway to the sign, that is potable, drinkable water. You can camp at Coulter Campground 14 days free of charge. The only trick, getting here.
Apparently there is like a 20-mile trail, or you can come by boat, I suppose.
Those are Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep.
Here we have a little one, and according to the guide, these are all female. The males have apparently broken off into what they call a bachelor herd, which are probably what we saw earlier. The female don't get the full curls. We must continue. And here we have some Native American pictographs.
And since it was organic material, they could take it back and carbon date it. The date that came back on these pictures, 1300 BCE, before Common Era. That means some of those pictures have been up there since the late Ice Age. Around this rock face, we are at Man Gulch. Man Gulch is the worst tragedy that ever befell the smoke jumpers. Now, for those of you who may not know, smoke jumpers, they are men and women that to this day jump out of perfectly good airplanes to protect our wildlands from fire. August 5th, 1949, 13 of the 16 men who would land on this fire would lose their lives within an hour of touching ground.
And this is the spot where we turn around. Apparently you can go all the way to the dam, which is something people do all the time on private boats, and let me tell you, I'm starting to warm up to the idea of dragging a pontoon boat around the country and exploring all these bodies of water at my own leisure. And that looks like a lot of fun. What a wonderful cruise this has been so far, with the perfect balance of history, geology, wildlife. Time for our 20-minute potty break. Well, let's stretch our legs a little bit. Did you look at that gorgeous mountain behind me? Oh yeah, they let us out of the boat for a little bit here. I guess some people had to go to the bathroom. And this is, there were two choices of boats. That one going over there and the one we took. And the one we took doesn't have a bathroom, so they stop here for 20 minutes at the Meriwether picnic area. I don't know if this is somewhat exactly the spot where
Meriwether Lewis would have camped. I think the place where he camped is a little farther downstream. She said it, but you know. By the way, great guide. If you're ever in this area, do take this tour. These are the gates of the Rocky Mountains, and yeah, so much wildlife, butterflies, and we saw longhorn sheep. It is a great tour and such a beautiful area. I mean, I cannot stress enough how beautiful this canyon here is.
One is supposed to look like a rhino. What do you think? Yeah, the second half of the cruise is all about finding shapes on the rock. Like this monster. Does it look like a monster to you? That's all for the gates of the mountains. Let's go to Helena. Helena, by the way, is the state capital, founded as a gold camp during the Montana Gold Rush. Established in 1864. Now, first things first, there seems to be a Lewis and Clark brewery and maybe they have food.
Well, what can you do? We had to do it. We had to come to Lewis and Clark Brewing Company in Helena, Montana.
Looks like a dungeon.
It is almost completely empty on a Sunday afternoon.
I'm having the Tumbleweed IPA.
We decided to just have the one beer and go eat someplace else. Off to Three Forks we go. Three Forks, Montana. After such a long journey, it feels like we are now so close to the Rocky Mountains. They are almost like a mirage over the horizon. If you get a sense of deja vu, don't worry, there's no glitch in the matrix. We were actually here yesterday, but today we get to see it from a higher perspective. On July 22nd, 1805, a few days after they had crossed the gates of the mountains, morale was low. The current was swift. There were no more buffalo, and they had run out of whiskey. That's when Sakakawea recognized this part of the river from childhood memories, as the area where her tribe, the Shoshones, lived in the summer. For context, she had been kidnapped by the Hidatsas when she was 12, and now she was coming back home. She said the Three Forks couldn't be too far. That immediately cheered everybody up, even though up to this point, they had not encountered any Shoshones.
This is it. This is the point of interest here. Crimson Bluffs.
Once again, crossing the Missouri, one of the last times we're going to do it. Now let's go to the confluence of the Jefferson, the Madison, and the Gallatin, the headwaters of the Missouri. We are arriving at the confluence. By the way, if you're a Montana resident, you get in for free. Us, non-residents, it is a $8 fee. I didn't have any change, so I gave him 10. And this might be anticlimactic. Just saying. Well, this would be the very spot where the Jefferson, Madison, and Gallatin River, and a mosquito is biting me, woo! And where they join here, forming the Great Missouri River, longest river in the United States. I hear it's 100 miles longer than the Mississippi, where it eventually empties. And now we can say we have traveled the whole Missouri River from, just north of St. Louis, where the confluence is, to here, where it is born. As you can see, a lot of current. And this would have been the spot where, Lewis and Clark and Sakakawea and everybody else, found the beginning of the Missouri. I'm assuming there must have been some kind of flood here or something, because the signs are on the ground. I'll zoom in on them. But on July 27th, 1805, after laboring to slowly go against the rapid current, they finally arrive at what was determined by Lewis to be the headwaters of the Missouri. And looking at the rivers he would call the Jefferson and the Madison, he could see no difference in character or size. So he wrote, to call either of these streams the Missouri would be giving it a preference which its size does not warrant, as it is not larger than the other. They are each 90 yards wide. He named the smaller river about a quarter mile downstream the Gallatin, and that was that. It is so great to finally accomplish this part of this trip. This crazy idea of following in Lewis and Clark's footsteps. And here you have this plaque with Thomas Jefferson's instructions to Meriwether Lewis. Of course, they didn't count on the actual size of the Rockies, but more about that later. Well, for my $8, 10 actually, because I had no change, I would expect them to keep the place a little more tidy. But I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt and think that there was some kind of flood or something here recently. I'm losing my voice. Must be the dry air of the West. Let's go to a boat ramp, which I saw on the map and seems to be more like the actual headwater. It's past the Gallatin River, along the route of Lewis and Clark. And we are here, actually. This is the Gallatin. We are here, yeah. Well, I can only imagine Meriwether Lewis, William Clark, and company, sailing or rowing, I don't know how they were doing it, coming up this way on the Missouri, looking at these rocks, and no idea that a couple of 100 feet away would be the headwaters of the longest river in North America, in the United States. To think that just a couple of weeks ago we were at the other end and now we're here, right? In any case, I thought I'd film it here because this is a much more scenic spot.
and the Gallatin River is right there, so this will be a more accurate beginning, if you will. According to this map, this is the upper Missouri. We are right here. Apparently the official headwaters are here, but yeah, I don't know exactly how they measure those things.
Today we're going to backtrack a little bit, but a lot actually. We're actually taking a break from the Lewis and Clark trip, a big detour if you will. First, we're gonna follow the route taken by William Clark on the way back, following the Yellowstone River. We're going to spend one night in Billings, Montana, mooch docking with friends. Then one more point of interest along William Clark's return trip, and then we'll be back. Right where we left off.
Driving to the east and going home. I have been away for too long. Driving to the east and going home. I have been away for too long.
What a gorgeous drive, as we've been retracing the path carved by the Yellowstone River. So in a way we're still on the Lewis and Clark trail, because this was the route Clark took on the return trip. Well, first, thank you Mike and Barbie for the hospitality, and I really hope to see you soon. On July 25, 1806, during Clark's return trip on the Yellowstone River, he encountered this rock formation and named it Pompeys Pillar, after Sakakawea's son. Clark inscribed his name on the rock face, and apparently to this day you can still see it.
Well, here we are. This is called Pompeys Pillar, and it's named after Sakakawea's son, whose nickname was Pompey. And this is probably going to be the last stop in our Lewis and Clark trail, at least for this leg of the trip.
The visitor center, of course, is more focused on Clark, since Lewis was never really here. There it is, Pompeys Pillar.
Yeah, very interesting. Alright, I guess that is the pillar right there. So let's go on a short little hike. Informative ranger, as they usually are, telling the story. And apparently this is the only evidence, besides some mercury in some latrines they found, the only evidence of the Lewis and Clark trail. Apparently they did many other signatures on trees, but the trees didn't last this long. So, should have worn my bug spray. But as you can see, we can already see pretty nice views of the area. So that's what it looks like. The prickly pear cactus. Oh, I'm a little short of breath here. But I read in the book that prickly pear cactus would be a pain, literally, in more ways than one, because it would actually, go through their moccasins and wound their feet. And especially during the Great Portage, was a big pain for them. And by the way, there's a bunch of trails that go on the along the Yellowstone River and whatnot, but they're all closed because there's been some great flooding. Well, as I record this, there was a great flood in Yellowstone National Park, and this is part of that. Ooh, I'm so out of breath. I don't know why. Well, let's go see Clark's signature and then maybe go all the way to the other side. And there would be Clark's signature. It's unfortunate that it is so... You can't really see it, can you?
Yeah, I think I would recommend perhaps coming in the afternoon if you really want to see the signature. There, that's a little bit better.
Yeah, unfortunately at this time of the day it is very difficult to see the signature because of the reflection on the glass. But it is there. I wish I had like a polarizing filter on the camera lens so we could see it better. But I can already see, the views. You can kind of see the Yellowstone River down there. And,
let's go all the way to the top so we can see the Yellowstone and commanding views of the prairie. It is now over 2 months later. We took a long break from the trail, we even bought a new truck, and the date is now September 10th, 2022. We're back in Montana to conclude our Lewis and Clark trail adventure. The main problem we're going to encounter during this particular leg of the trip is visibility. September is wildfire season, and this year has been particularly bad. So those snow-capped mountains we saw when we were here at Three Forks, well, I'm glad we saw them back then in June because we're not gonna be able to see them now. The smoke does give the landscape a unique quality, especially for photography. The air quality, however, is noticeably bad. On July 25, 1805, Sakakawea recognized that rock formation from childhood that the Shoshones called Beaver's Head. And that's what we see right there. This was a clear sign the expedition was very close to encountering the Shoshone, who had horses, and hopefully would sell the expedition some, and perhaps help them find a suitable way across the mountains. Something else I am noticing with this smoke is the way the atmosphere filters the solar light. It is much less harsh, almost like going through a diffuser. And much warmer. It is definitely different. We're entering this canyon carved by the Jefferson River, and even though there is no reference in the journal about the caverns, the Lewis and Clark expedition definitely navigated through here. Historic point. Let's stop here real quick.
Well, here we go. This is one of the places where the Lewis and Clark expedition camped. It says 200 yards, what does it say? 200 yards west of us, which will be right on the bank of the river down there. And this is something that has nothing to do with Lewis and Clark. Seems to be like an abandoned motel, cafe, general store. I mean, the sign almost looks like something out of Route 66. But anyway, we're here on the Lewis and Clark reenactment trip. So, yeah, this is one of the points where they camped. Of course, by this time in the expedition, Clark was coming up the river with the whole expedition, you know, the canoes and all the cargo, if you will. And Clark was traveling by land with a couple of people looking for the Shoshone. The Shoshone were the Native Americans who would sell them horses so they could cross the mountains. And they were the relatives of Sakakawea, which was the Native American woman they brought from the Mandan villages earlier in the trip. Let's continue.
I think it is getting smokier. Not great.
Well, good morning. Look at that sun, you know, obscured by the smoke. Hopefully it'll improve. Which, by the way, we brought our battery down to like 23% last night. Yesterday we didn't get much solar. I mean, even after we returned from Butte, the battery was at 44%. I was expecting it to be at least 60. So I guess either one of the panels is malfunctioning, or maybe, you know, it's all the smoke, you know, we didn't get enough solar. But now, a miracle, and something I hadn't noticed. Apparently, Starship is able to charge the battery, the lithium battery. Something that didn't happen with the Colorado. I did know that Starship, the Silverado, came with a larger alternator, so maybe that's the reason why. But I hadn't noticed that before. It's not charging at any high rate. It's like 100 watts, which is, it would take 24 hours to fully charge the battery. But hey, it is something, right? So that's great. Well, now we're gonna, you know, see a couple of the Lewis and Clark points of interest. And we're gonna see if we can find the campground. Maybe run the generator for a couple hours, you know, like to fully charge the battery. And the goal today is Lemhi Pass, which is the first time Lewis and Clark crossed the Continental Divide, and they thought that the Columbia River was going to be right there, and they saw a bunch of mountains as far as the eye can see, so that was disappointing for them. But in any case, I won't ramble anymore. Let's get on the road.
If you see some glitches on this footage from the trailer camera, it's not you, it is me. I had a corrupt memory card, and even though I was able to recover most of the footage, unfortunately all of it looks like this. This is going to be one of the most scenic and important parts of this trip, so even though it is going to be a little glitchy, I think the footage is just too important to omit. The diffused light does give everything a unique tonal quality, almost ethereal, otherworldly. Such a beautiful landscape, even with all this smoke. We definitely must return in a different season with clearer skies. This is the moment when Sakakawea looked at the mountain to the right and said, "Guys, I've seen this before. That's where my people used to spend their summers when I was a kid. They call it the Beaver's Head." And so they were one step closer to finding the Shoshones.
Well, here we are, another quick stop on the road, and this would be Beaverhead Rock. And we saw it when we were coming here, as we were retaking the Lewis and Clark road a couple of days ago, coming to this area. And yeah, here they have like another historical marker. Let me tell you, I don't know if it's noticeable on camera, but the smoke is a lot worse today. Maybe for some photographies it'll give it that sense of distant mountains, but the real distant mountains we can't see. So that's kind of a bummer, but you cannot do anything about the weather. In any case, Beaverhead Rock here. This is where Sakakawea went. Wait a minute, I've been here before. This is where my people spend their winter, hunting for buffalo or whatnot. I don't recall exactly what she said. I don't think anybody knows exactly what she said, but the point is she recognized this mountain, and that gave Lewis and Clark hope that they were close to the land of the Shoshone. This is where we're going next. At some point today or tomorrow, we're going to cross Lemhi Pass, which goes into Idaho, actually. We may not be able to see much, but that's where we're going. To the very spot where Lewis and Clark, Lewis mainly, Clark was still, rowing up river on the Jefferson River, but the spot where they met the Shoshone, and eventually they negotiated, to get some horses and what. The rest is history.
The smoke is definitely getting worse. And here's another historical marker.
There she is, Sakakawea, telling Lewis and Clark about Beaverhead Mountain. Beaverhead Rock, actually. And what a difference a day or two make.
Okay, so I misspoke when I said that this is where the Shoshone came in the winter to hunt for buffalo, whatever. What was I thinking? It says here that she recognized this as the summer retreat of her nation on a river beyond the mountain. So this is where the Shoshone came in the summer, which, I don't know, it's kind of hot here in the summer and cool in the mountains where they lived. So
our next stop, Clark's Lookout in Dillon, Montana. I'm so bummed out about all this smoke. I think that's it.
Here's William Clark, map maker. And the maps created by Clark were, actually, you compare it with a modern map, and they're very accurate. Actually, besides the smoke, the weather is very nice. It's actually a clear day. It's probably high 50s, 60 degrees. And I could definitely use this exercise.
As the story goes, on August 13th, 1805, Captain William Clark climbed to this hill overlooking the Beaverhead River to get a sense of his surroundings and to document the location.
It says here the monument design is taken from the small pocket compass carried by William Clark on the expedition. So there we go. And here's the view from the top. Hopefully he got a much better view, since in all my research I haven't seen any accounts of wildfires or smoke.
Perhaps these wildfires were not as common in the early 19th century. Anyway, there are mountains out there. We just can't see them.
Well, to think William Clark stood at this very spot is quite remarkable. After such a long journey, they came all the way together from Clarksville, Indiana, across the river from Louisville, Kentucky, where we were, several months ago now. And today is September 12th.
I think it is a fortuitous coincidence that we're going to be crossing the mountains at the same time of the year Lewis and Clark did. Next, we're going to the Continental Divide, but first we must drop the trailer at a campground by Clark Canyon Reservoir because the road to Lemhi Pass is supposed to be very isolated with lots of sharp turns and steep grades. Better safe than sorry. We've been driving southwest on I-15, and here's Beaver's Head Campground, which is one of several campgrounds around the reservoir. Yes, I like this. This is what we're gonna call it. So to recap, we left this morning from Lewis and Clark Caverns, stopped by Beaverhead Rock, Clark's Lookout. Now we're gonna get some work done here at Horse Prairie Campground before heading to Lemhi Pass. That road doesn't even show on the map at this zoom level.
All right, here we are. We got a little bit of work done. I ran the generator for a couple hours to charge the batteries to full 100% since we were so depleted. And this is called Horse Meadow Campground, and I do believe it is free. It's 14-day limit. That's all they say, but I don't see any fee area signs or anything like that. So it is here. Look at that beautiful view. This is the Clark Canyon Reservoir, and down there is the, I believe it's called Camp Fortunate. I don't recall exactly right now what happened on the Lewis and Clark expedition there, but we'll soon find out. But I think we're the only ones here except for the camper van over there, and there's a Silverado looking badass.
Looks like we're gonna have new neighbors.
Okay, I think now I got my facts straight, and this is Camp Fortunate, and it was very fortunate for one reason. And after here, Lewis went over to the Continental Divide, which is Lemhi Pass. That's where we're going now, and then down to the other side, where he actually met with the Shoshone chief, and they eventually smoked the pipe of peace, and they became friends. And well, not really. But he convinced them to come back to this side and meet the rest of the party. And lo and behold, part of in the party was Sakakawea. And I mean, you cannot come up with this stuff, like this. Turns out that Sakakawea and the chief were brother and sister. So it was very fortunate that he found Sakakawea, because that was the turning point where they said, okay, yeah, Lewis and Clark, we're gonna sell you the horses, and so you can continue the journey. Had this not happened, who knows if they would have been able to cross over to the other side and eventually find the Columbia River. So this is it. This is the same reservoir where we are staying. Actually, the actual site is somewhere beneath the water because, of course, this is a reservoir. Now let's go over to Lemhi Pass, which that's one of the reasons why we decided to drop the trailer here, because they don't recommend trailers on that road.
There it is.
Here's a requisite expedition map.
So yeah, we are here. Kind of. Here's where they bought the horses, came back here, and here they have a canoe.
Now let's go to the Continental Divide. At this point, Lewis and his small party of 4 were traveling by land a good 3 days ahead of Clark and the rest of the crew, looking for the Shoshones and hoping for an easy portage over the Rockies. He would become the first American to see Idaho. We're going to stop here on the left at the Shoshone Ridge Overlook, which is, by the way, the one place where we could have dropped the trailer.
Shoshone Ridge. And now we're going to, can't barely see it, but Lemhi Pass, which is here. We are here, so we're going here, and then we're gonna take this road, which is supposed to be that's the one that you're not supposed to take the trailer on. So let's check out these exhibits here. And the mountains have to be somewhere out there. We just can't see them because of the snow, the smoke. Here, Lewis and Clark into the mountains. I bet you this is Clark's map.
What was a faint shadow over the horizon is now becoming more and more visible. The Beaverhead Mountains are up ahead. After driving through some private land, we are now approaching Lemhi Pass, managed by the Forest Service. Now we also begin the ascent to 7,373 feet above sea level. This is it, Lemhi Pass.
Up until this point, Meriwether Lewis had this wishful thinking that passing this continental divide, the Lemhi, I don't know exactly how to pronounce it, Lemhi Pass. He had this wishful thinking that he would find the Columbia River right after this. In fact, I think he drank from a creek here, and he said, I have drank water from the Columbia River. But he didn't realize that there were mountains as far as the eye can see to the west. And in fact, we can only see like 2 or 3 ridges, but because of the smoke. But there are mountains as far as the eye can see going west. And yeah, eventually he realized that the overland part of the trip wouldn't be as easy as he had envisioned. Now we're gonna go to a spot where he actually met the Shoshone chief.
Now, there are 2 roads that we can take from here west towards Tendoy. The one on the right goes over the ridge, and the one on the left follows Agency Creek, and that's the one we are going to take first. RVs and trailers are not advised. Notice it doesn't say forbidden. Neither of them is very well marked, and they both say Lewis and Clark Highway on Google Maps. Hopefully, we'll make it to the other side. By the way, we are now in Idaho. Somewhere around here is where Lewis said he encountered a handsome, bold running creek of cold, clear water, where he first tasted the water of the Great Columbia River. Little did he know he still had a long way to go. Hold on, there's a marker here on the right. Let's go back and see what it is. Well, what do you know? Lewis and Clark First Idaho Campsite. Let's stop here at Agency Creek Campground and read the interpretive signs. Here's another reference to the first Idaho camp, and they would have met with the Shoshone chief somewhere west of here. And this was probably the handsome, bald running creek of cold, clear water where Lewis thought he had tasted the Columbia River. Now we continue west, but unfortunately most of that footage was lost beyond repair. And we have arrived in Tendoy, and there are so many historical markers around here, like the spot where Lewis unfurled the American flag for the first time west of the Rockies. We're going to try to get to that very spot. Of course, it is not all about Lewis and Clark. Things did happen here afterwards. It is so smoky as we drive along the Lemhi River here. It looks like it might be clearing up a little bit. And what have we got here on the left? Ooh, Sacagawea's birthplace. She would have been born somewhere near here in 1786. Let's zoom in on that marker. It marks the site of the Salmon River Mission, established by Mormons in 1855. Now, this was not part of the original plan, but we're gonna take the other road on the way back, the one that goes over the ridge. It is 16 miles to Lemhi Pass. This is called the Backcountry Byway, and there's an interpretive kiosk. There's a hint of blue sky, so I'm still hopeful. Here we have a fork, and this portion of the road is called Warm Springs Wood Road. And here we have our most important landmark. I don't know exactly how they determined that, but apparently this was the very spot where Meriwether Lewis unfurled the flag for the first time west of the Rockies, strengthening America's claim on this land. Up here, on this remote ridge. And we've got cows. We're about to enter a more wooded area, and it is also a narrower road with drop-offs. Ooh, this will be tight. Close call, huh? Yay, wildlife! They usually come out at this time of the day. We're back where we started. Lemhi Pass. Well, I think we've had enough fun for one day. Again, I apologize for the glitches in the video. Check it out! Wildlife. I told you this is the time when they come out. Magnificent creatures. Check it out! The smoke has cleared. For the most part.
All I gotta say is, this was a very nice dry camping spot.
Well, yeah, no, it's still smoky, and there's rain in the forecast, but regardless, this was a very nice campground here by Clark Canyon Reservoir. Let me tell you, Montana is full of pleasant surprises. I just wish it wasn't so smoky, even though it has cleared up a little bit. I mean, some of those mountains weren't there yesterday. And this is where the pavement ends. I guess this is the only way through this area, over the Continental Divide, on our way to Idaho. Although, let me tell you, Google has taken us on some unnecessarily bad roads before. I mean, as far as dirt road goes, this one is not so bad. after crossing this cattle guard, which happens to be Bannock Pass, the Continental Divide, we are now in Idaho. Yeah, they forgot to put up a sign here too. Boondocking spot perhaps? We're back on pavement, and it is BLM land. In fact, in a Plan B we had a BLM campground picked out. It must be coming up soon. Here's Ledor, population 105. Here's where we're going to take States Route 28 north. Here we are. This would have been our Plan B, or Plan A actually, when I thought I might be able to cross Lemhi Pass with the trailer in tow. And even though we would have probably made it, I'm glad we didn't. This is called McFarland Campground, and they do have potable water and pit toilets. I will definitely save this one in my map for future reference, because you know we're coming back to this area one of these days when it is not smoky. This is where we left off, where we were yesterday actually after going over Lemhi Pass. The smoke is getting so much worse in this area. You can really smell it now. Here on the right is the Sakakawea Center, yet another interpretive center along the Lewis and Clark Trail, as we arrive in Salmon, Idaho. Now let's go see Sakakawea.
Oh yeah, first we had smoke, now we have smoke and rain. But I'm sure they could use all the rain they can get with all these fires. In any case, I don't know if I'm gonna go inside, but at the very least, let's see the gardens here and the statue, because after all, this, or near here, was Sakakawea's birthplace. I do believe somewhere around here is a sculpture, a statue of Seaman the dog. I see Seaman the dog, which was, of course, Meriwether Lewis's dog. What is this on the rock? It's a BLM marker. Well, here he is, Seaman. I think he was a little larger in real life. The dog of discovery, inscribed on his collar.
I really thought about going into the museum, but nah, blame it on the rain. We are approaching mountains again, as Lewis and Clark did on September 1st, 1805. Let me tell you, this canyon, with good weather, must be awesome! Quite a sight to see. Let's stop by the historical marker. It is not clear exactly which route Lewis and Clark took after this point. They were following a Shoshone guide they called Old Toby going north. All we know is that eventually they made it to Lemhi Pass, which is coincidentally our final destination today. We've reached the top of this particular ridge, and this is called Lost Trail Pass. Let's read the interpretive sign.
This is it, Lost Trail Pass. Yeah, nobody knows the exact route. September 3rd. Montana Geographic Board named the Lost Trail Pass in 1935 in recognition of the Lewis and Clark expedition. There you go.
And we're back in Montana. We're going to make a quick detour to see if we can find a place called Ross's Hall. The expedition would have arrived here September 5th, 1805, and they stayed for 2 days. Here they met the friendly Salish people and bought several extra horses. There's supposed to be an interpretive sign somewhere around here, but we can't find it, so we're just gonna turn around. This, by the way, the Bitterroot River. I guess it is a mixture of smoke and clouds at this point. Very photogenic, but I'd rather have blue skies and sunshine. Don't think I've ever seen smoke this thick before. And here's another interpretive sign about the expedition. They camped around here September 9th through the 11th at Traveler's Rest. And we've finally made it to Lolo. Here to the left, Traveler's Rest State Park. As we saw at the interpretive sign, this is where the expedition finally found the Nez Perce Trail that goes west across the mountains, later called the Lolo Trail. That happens to be the road we're taking tomorrow, nowadays US 12. We're staying at Yellow Rock Campground, which is actually very nice. We really could use a night with full hookups. It is still smoky and foggy, with low-hanging clouds, and the idea today is to finish crossing the mountains and stay somewhere on the Snake River, which is a tributary to the Columbia, and that is going to be the last leg of this trip. Here's an interesting coincidence. We are filming this on September 13th, 2022, and it is likely the expedition was going through here, also on September 13th, in 1805. Part of this drive is going to feel like a great exercise in déjà vu, since we're going to be seeing very similar views as we follow the meandering West Fork Lolo Creek and eventually the Lochsa River. we are crossing back into Idaho, going into the Pacific time zone. This is the beginning of our long descent towards the Pacific. And here we have another historical marker. Oh, this one is from the return trip. Let's take a quick break.
Let's check it out. Hello there.
This is such a beautiful drive. It is kind of hard to edit things out. I almost feel like leaving it uncut. But then this would become an even longer video. There's a suspension bridge, so let's stop and see if we can walk on it.
Well, it says Eagle Mountain Trail, which seems like a long trail, but I just want to go to that. There's a footbridge that seems to be pretty cool, so let's check it out.
Beautiful views of the Loxa River from here, from the bridge, all these rapids. And it seems to be a good fishing spot too. I see an angler down there.
Let me tell you something, this is one area we must return to. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, take a look at this place.
By the way, we haven't seen a town or a gas station for miles. I'm really glad we filled up in Lolo last night and no cell phone coverage at all whatsoever. There is really nothing out here but nature. Oh wait, I spoke too soon. It is miles and miles of this. At some point, you even start taking all this beauty for granted. After 111 miles on this road, we are arriving at the small community of Lowell, Idaho. And here's where we're gonna stop for lunch.
This is where we had lunch. Nothing fancy, some ramen.
We are now riding along the Clearwater River. On September 22nd, 1805, the Corps of Discovery finally emerged from the mountains, having completed the great feat of crossing the Rockies. Here they met the Nez Perce. They were just a couple of weeks away from their final destination, the Pacific Ocean. Here everybody got sick from eating dried fish and boiled roots given to them by the Nez Perce. But the bigger problem was finding large enough trees to make canoes. It wasn't until they reached the site of present-day Orofino that they were finally able to find large enough ponderosa pines that could be made into canoes. Let's stop real quick.
We're here right by the river. They don't say anything about Lewis and Clark. There was another historic site earlier that we didn't have a pull through, so we couldn't stop there. But this is the Clearwater River here, and it must have been somewhere around here. I should show you the river, right? Where they finally found a large enough trees like this ponderosa pine right here, for example, to make the canoes. And after they made the canoes, they started once again for the first time since they found the Rockies, and for the first time since they joined the Mississippi. For the first time again, they were going downstream, which must have been very refreshing for them. Yeah, I think you could make a canoe out of that tree. That's probably one of the ones that they used. But as you can see, it's the landscape, is changing. The topography is changing a lot. And now we're going to Lewiston, and we're going to start finding somewhere to overnight tonight.
We're approaching Lewiston, but first let's go to the higher ground. It is called Lewiston Hill Overlook. From the top, we're going to be able to see the confluence of the Clearwater and the Snake Rivers, and the cities of Lewiston on the Idaho side and Clarkston on the Washington side. I'll let you guess who those two were named after.
There it is, Lewiston.
Yeah, it is still very smoky. Oh well, hopefully as we approach the Pacific, it'll improve. One can only hope.
To the right, Washington. To the left, Idaho.
Let's see if we can get close to the river. There's a historical site coming up ahead. It is not related to Lewis and Clark, but all I really want to do is see the confluence.
There it is, the river. You can almost imagine seeing Lewis and Clark navigating. Not much of a view. I thought I was going to be able to see the confluence over there, but we'll keep on driving. There may be another historic site right at the confluence. I don't know.
The bottom line is some of these things are hard to navigate, and your ability to park and explore is very limited while towing a trailer. Original plan, we were going to stop by Walla Walla and eat the best pizza ever, but it's too out of the way. It is getting late and we are getting tired. So we're just gonna find a campground and call it a day. I can't help but notice the drastic change in scenery. This was just a quick overnight, last-minute thing, just water and electric, but we only use the electric really. We're going to a full hookup site after this, so we'll be fine. All we really need is propane and off we go. This is the Joso High Bridge. At the time of its construction in 1912, it was the longest and highest railway bridge in the world. And now we're crossing the Snake River on the Lions Ferry Bridge. This is the confluence of the Palouse and Snake Rivers. And the Corps of Discovery would have arrived here on October 13, 1805. This landscape doesn't even look real. Such a different part of the country. We're going to stop here at Lions Ferry State Park, just for a few minutes, to take in the views and read the interpretive sign. It is very nice actually. For now, let's just park by the boat ramp and take a quick look around.
Such a beautiful morning here in Washington, and this right here is Lions Ferry State Park, and there is supposed to be a Lewis and Clark marker somewhere around here, so let's look that up. Let's go to the water real quick. I think this may be the historical marker. I have to be careful with that thing, I'm gonna get wet. So here we go, Lewis and Clark Trail. It's official. Such a beautiful park, such a beautiful area here. And I can only imagine, Lewis and Clark, after all the changes of scenery, arriving here to this somewhat barren land, I'm sure this was something they had never seen before. Anyway, we're gonna continue. There's a waterfall, and then we're gonna kind of make our way west towards the Cascade Mountains, actually. Hopefully the smoke will clear out enough that we can see Mount Hood. It would be a shame if we don't get to see Mount Hood.
I just love the contrast of the colors in the barren land with the green vegetation.
It's about to hit me.
We're going to continue on this road. There's supposed to be a waterfall, Palouse Falls, and according to the satellite images, there's supposed to be plenty of parking. This is it. Oh no.
Oh well.
I hate when this happens. Have I ever told you, when I grow up, I want a camper van? Or a small Class C, rather. Let's continue. Our next point of interest is Sakakawea State Park, at the confluence of the Snake and Columbia rivers. But first, and this was not part of the plan, there's a sign that says Charbonneau Park. Half a mile on the right, so why not? Charbonneau was, of course, Sacagawea's husband. This town, by the way, is called Ash, Washington. There's a campground and a boat ramp. Now here we have some Canadian geese, and it is a beautiful day, but otherwise there's not a whole lot going on, so we're gonna continue downstream, in that general direction, towards Ice Harbor Dam. Next up, Sakakawea State Park. Let me get my bearings here real quick, and look at that! Wildlife! Oh, maybe not so wild. We're crossing the Snake River one last time as we approach the confluence with the Columbia. On October 16, 1805, the expedition arrived here. Washington state parks require something called a Discovery Pass, $10 per day or $30 per year, so yeah, I'm gonna have to get one of those.
We are at the confluence of the Snake with the Columbia.
Well, here we have a canoe, just like the ones the Lewis and Clark expedition would have been, sailing down the river on. I believe they made them from Ponderosa pine. This one obviously broke here at the bow, so not river worthy. But yeah, here's the Snake River coming that way, and here's a bend of the Columbia, which goes that way, going west, all the way to the Pacific. And that's more or less the route we're following. Let's walk around. There's a beautiful park here, and I believe they do have a visitors center or interpretive center. So let's check it out.
As I was filming, the ranger was quick to tell me that this may be the most likely appearance of Sakakawea, this picture of one of her descendants. He says that most depictions of her likeness out there are wrong.
Look at the little prairie dog.
We are told the whole story once again from the beginning. But of course, most visitors here haven't traveled 3,000 miles across the continent to get here, as we have.
I guess that would be Mount Hood. Even though the keelboat never made it here, we do have a replica.
There's the Snake River coming from the west, where the expedition came from. And now we're going to get our first glimpse of the Columbia River. The men were astonished at the number of salmon in the river. The water was so clear that no matter how deep the river, the bottom was plainly visible. This has changed a bit because of all the dams, and while the salmon still come, we don't get to see as many as when the river was flowing free.
Look at that! Fly, pelican! I know it's not. Yeah, it is a pelican. White pelican.
We may not have as many salmon, but we do have geese. Lots of geese.
Down the Columbia.
We're going to circle back and get on the south bank of the Columbia. There is at least one landmark we want to see. You can barely see the sign, but after that crease in the pavement, we are now in Oregon. Our next stop, we can barely see it in the distance. It is called Hat Rock. The expedition would have passed by here on October 19, 1805, and they saw this butte and named it Hat Rock, one of the few remaining landmarks from the time that remains above water. It almost looks like a mini Devil's Tower. Let's stop really quick and have a light lunch, more like breakfast really.
What is our gourmet delicacy of the day? I got some scrambled eggs with hot point salsa, nachos, and Swiss cheese. And as soon as the cheese melts, we're gonna eat. Bon appetit!
By the way, pretty nice houses here by the Columbia. Not bad at all. Now we've got a little over 2 hours to Gorge Base Camp, which is where we're staying for the next 3 nights. We're going to cross over onto the Washington side and take State Route 14 west. Had we continued on the Oregon side, it would have been I-84. A couple of minutes faster, but we'll probably go that way tomorrow. And that's kind of the plan for tomorrow, by the way. We're going to use the campground as a base camp and then circle around this part of the Columbia River Gorge within an hour drive or so. That's a lot of wind power there on the Oregon side. Let's stop by the interpretive signs.
Mount Jefferson. We can't see it today, but somewhere out there.
We don't have waterfalls anymore, but in 1805, it was really sketchy. I don't know about Mount Jefferson, and I know it's still a little bit smoky, but could that possibly be? Could that be Mount Hood? And here we are, our home for the next 3 nights. Let's fill up here on the Washington side, because in Oregon, you must get someone to pump your gas. We're crossing from White Salmon, Washington to Hood River, Oregon. And check out that view of Mount Hood and the Columbia River Gorge. It is just gorgeous out here. It is a very narrow bridge, originally built in 1924 with the lift span built in 1938, after Bonneville Dam caused the water level to rise. There's a $2 cash toll on the Oregon side. And now we're going back east on I-84. The campground is located at the very spot where the scenery starts to change. To the east, we have that barren landscape where we came from. To the west, lush, evergreen vegetation. Here we're going to take US 30, the historic Columbia River Highway, so we can see the gorge from a higher perspective. This is called Rowena Crest. We are kind of halfway between Hood River and the Dalles, which happens to be where we're going next. And from here you get commanding views of the gorge.
Well, here we are. This is called Rowena Crest, and it does afford commanding views of the Columbia River here, looking to the east. And you can almost imagine Lewis and Clark coming down the river with their men and Sakakawea. Here they call her Sakakawea. When we were in North Dakota, it's Sakakawea or even Sakakawea. So I don't think there's a consensus of how to pronounce her name or even how she looked like, because as you saw yesterday, the gentleman at the Sakakawea Visitor Center in Lewiston. It wasn't in Lewiston. It was at the confluence of the Snake and the Columbia. You know, he showed us what is probably the most accurate picture of how she would look like, but nobody really knows. Anyways, it's beautiful. It's beautiful all around, and now we're gonna continue going back east, and then eventually we're gonna, we're doing like a circle without the trailer in tow, which is the idea. We continue.
Before we continue, let's admire this beautiful view of the Columbia River Gorge. From the first time I saw it back in 2019, I really fell in love with this area. In my mind, this looks more like a painting, not real life.
Could that possibly be Mount Adams? I think so.
We are approaching a town called the Dalles. The Lewis and Clark expedition arrived here on October 22, 1805, and before all the dams, this was the site of very dangerous waterfalls and rapids. Lewis and Clark hired several Native Americans with horses to help with the dangerous task of crossing the waterfalls and the rapids.
Now we're gonna go see if we can go to where Lewis and Clark camped, right here on the bank of the Columbia River.
It might be cool to, one of these days, go on a river cruise, don't you think? And at first sight, I thought the ship was called the American Express. There is so much train traffic. You know, before I started traveling, I had no idea. You can tell at some point there was access to vehicular traffic, but not anymore. It is a short walk from downtown.
Well, this is no overnight camping. This is Rockford campsite.
Here we have the requisite Lewis and Clark expedition map.
So this is as close as we would have been to the actual camp.
Somewhere down here.
Yeah, the river did not look like this in 1805. This has been dammed and all that. This used to be that part where they went through some rapids and some cascades and small waterfalls. So the actual campsite, it's probably somewhere underwater at this point.
There's that cruise ship.
It's the American Empress. One of these days, we'll do a series aboard one of those.
And from here, it's always lurking somewhere over the horizon. That would be Mount Hood.
We've got such strong winds from the west that it almost looks like the river is flowing upstream. And we've got a dead fish. That's unfortunate. Check it out, we've got a train coming. A massive one.
Trains.
And it's gone. And that's all we're gonna do here in the Dalles today, but let me tell you, there seems to be a lot to do in this town. There's even a good winery inside the historic Sunshine Mill. And you know, Oregon wines are really good. There, that's the famous winery in the historic mill. Next up, Celilo Park.
yeah, apparently before the dam was built, there used to be a waterfall right here. A great spot for fishing, and I'm sure that's one of the places where Lewis and Clark had to do one of those portages where they carried the canoes on land. It's very windy today. Let's go down to the river. Beautiful, beautiful day. It is so windy that it almost looks like the river is flowing in the wrong direction. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe the Pacific is that way. And all the waves are coming this way.
Once again, crossing back to the Washington side. Today we can see Mount Hood much better. It is clearly a much clearer day today. This is Wishram, Washington. When I was here in 2019, I went down to see a historic locomotive. What I didn't realize at the time was that there is a Lewis and Clark reference down here as well. It is the Explorer's Monument. It was kind of hard to find, but here we are. The first two names, Meriwether Lewis and William Clark. And there's that historic locomotive I was talking about. We stopped by the campground for a couple of hours to take a break, and now we're going to explore the western part of the gorge a little bit. It is such a beautiful day. We should take advantage of it. Tomorrow it might be cloudier. Have you noticed the changing vegetation as we're crossing to the west of the Cascades? And this is where we're gonna turn around, but we'll do so on the Oregon side. This is the Bridge of the Gods, part of the Pacific Crest Trail, and it was prominently featured at the end of the 2014 movie Wild with Reese Witherspoon. It is a tall bridge, by the way, $3 per car. Thunder Island Brewing Company, Ale House coming up here on the right. Cascade Locks here seems to be a pretty fun town. that's it for today. We are going to Astoria. First we have to make a Walmart run, and then this is pretty much the end of the Lewis and Clark journey, whatever we're going to do today and tomorrow, so enjoy the ride. This will be some of our last views of the Columbia River Gorge. We're gonna stop briefly at the Multnomah Falls rest area for lunch, and then we continue. Our base of operations for the next 2 days is going to be the Astoria KOA. There are many places we want to go where it would be unwise to drag the trailer through. Here we go, there's room in the oversized area. Quick lunch break or breakfast break here. It's lunchtime anyway. At the Multnomah Falls rest area, and all I gotta say is shrinkflation. Well, that was satisfying. It's probably not the healthiest of foods, but in any case, here we are at the Multnomah Falls rest area, and now I'm gonna walk that way, see if we can get a shot of Multnomah Falls, which it's not the best location if you want to like take a nice picture, because it's always, the sun is always somewhat behind them. There you go, slide in. Yeah, one of these days we'll get closer, maybe even do one of the little hikes they have, but today, Astoria awaits. Let me get away from the middle of the street here because a bunch of RVs coming. And we're out of the gorge, approaching Portland once again. Crossing the Columbia River into Washington, look at that view. The Columbia River, once again, now going back towards Oregon. This good-looking town we're approaching is none other than Astoria, Oregon. Settled in 1811, it is considered the oldest American settlement west of the Rocky Mountains. And somewhere up on that hill is the famous Goonies house. It would be unwise to explore this town with the trailer in tow. This place is like a mini San Francisco with steep hills, but we'll definitely come back tomorrow. There are a couple of must-see landmarks. That's the bridge that spans the Columbia River. We'll be taking that one tomorrow as well. Lots of traffic here on Young Bay Bridge, but at least the scenery is attractive. We don't have a whole lot of daylight left, so let's take advantage of what we have. We're going to begin here at Seaside, Oregon, at the end of the trail. According to the National Park Service, this is considered to be the official end point to the Lewis and Clark expedition's journey. the place where they turn around to return home. Let's park.
Ocean in view. Oh, the joy. And of course, that was the phrase famously written by Meriwether Lewis on November 7th, 1805, when they finally saw what they thought was the Pacific Ocean, which actually was just the estuary of the Columbia River, but we are now here in Seaside, Oregon, and here's the end of the Lewis and Clark Trail, 1805 to 1806. I don't know how accurate it would be to call this the actual end of the trail, but here's where they have the sculpture.
I guess it would make sense, since this is the farthest they ventured from their winter camp at Fort Clatsop, and less than a mile south of here is where they made salt for the return voyage. In any case, it is very satisfying to finally be here at the end of the trail, after so many miles. And actually, the farthest south they went was Tillamook Head. On December 29th, just as they were done building their winter fort, the local natives, the Clatsops, informed the captains that a whale had floundered on the coast, and they came all the way here, to Tillamook Head, which is that cliff over there, to get some oil and blubber. It is nowadays a very lively beach, but I can almost imagine when it was an undeveloped, strange land. At least to us. Seaside seems to be a lovely town. We must return one of these days, now that we know it is here. Now let's go see the Lewis and Clark salt cairn.
Yeah, this is where we're making salt right here.
Most of the men, and Lewis in particular, had been craving salt. Besides, they needed it to preserve meat. Here they had a good salt water source to boil, and the source of fresh water to drink, and elk to hunt. Of course, this is a reconstruction, but it illustrates well how they did it, how it was.
There's no room for a U-turn, so I'm not sure how I'm gonna get out of here. But here's the deal. As the story goes, everybody on the expedition was like craving salt in their food, and they sent the man here to make salt right here by the ocean. Even though the rest of the party was staying at Fort Clatsop, which is where we're going tomorrow. Now we're gonna deviate a little from the Lewis and Clark Trail. I don't recall exactly whether they went to Cannon Beach, but that's where we're going now.
Well, actually, they didn't. I've been as reliably informed as I can be, given the circumstances, that Tillamook Head, just south of Seaside, is as far south as they went. Hence, the end of the trail statue. One of the things I didn't get to do last time I was here was Ecola State Park. From the top, you're supposed to get commanding views of Cannon Beach and Haystack Rock. Trailers are not recommended on this road, so I decided to err on the side of caution back then, but today we're not towing, so up we go. Did anybody see the closed sign back there? I decided to ignore it, and lo and behold, the road is closed.
Well, that was beyond disappointing. As you probably know, in 2019, I didn't come in here because I was towing the trailer, and there's a big sign there that says trailers not recommended, so I chickened out. But now it is closed, so we're gonna have to return.
Take the next left onto East 5th Street.
Very disappointing.
Oh, but don't despair. We're still going to be able to see one of the most iconic views of Cannon Beach. It is going to be dinner with a view. At sunset, perhaps? And yeah, this is it. One of the most iconic views, dare I say, in the entire Oregon coast. We're going to eat at Moe's, which is a chain It is one of those more for the view than the food, although I have no complaints about the food. There was a little bit of a wait for outdoor seating, but I think in this case it was totally worth it. We start with a cold IPA and red wine and the glorious view of Haystack Rock at magic hour. Good clam chowder, by the way, and I think we really timed it right this time.
One blackened, one grilled, and sunset is upon us.
What a perfect way to end our first day on this part of the Oregon coast. Picnic?
Well, good morning. Good afternoon, almost. Today we're going to Fort Clatsop, which is where Lewis and Clark spent their winter here.
Here we are, Fort Clatsop Lewis and Clark National Historical Park.
And here we are. This is the visitor center. I have no idea where the fort is, so we're gonna find out where everything is.
I was thinking this might be our last interpretive center of the whole trip, but no, there's still one more after this. Here we have the story of Sakakawea, and we're back to spelling it with a G, and the recount of the whole expedition. Something happened before they got here that had never happened before. But first, let's explore some of these exhibits. Here's a Clatsop offering them a flounder. And here's a diorama depicting when they went to see the whale at Tillamook Head. Here's what happened that was unique. After several days of horrible weather, they were rescued by the Clatsops and were finally able to camp near Cape Disappointment on the north bank, where we're going next actually. And they had three choices of where to spend the winter. They could either remain there, which wasn't great, go back to the falls upstream, or come to the south bank, where there might be more game, good water, and shelter. And even though the captains had already decided exploring the south bank would be the best choice, they decided to put it up to a vote. All but one voted to explore the south bank before making a decision. But what was unique about this vote is that they included York and Sakakawea. For the first time in American history, a black slave and a woman had casted a vote. So they crossed the river, found the South Bank more satisfactory, and on December 7, 1805, they decided to build the fort here. They named it Fort Clatsop, after the local Native Americans, which they liked much better than the Chinooks on the North Bank. The fort would be finished by the end of the year. Outhouse, perhaps? Let's take the short trail to the most aptly named Lewis and Clark River.
Check it out, twin Sitka spruce. By the way, they are not redwoods, but they are pretty big. They're impressive.
is it. The poles on the water are from what used to be 80-year-old Douglas fir trees. The logging industry has been very important in this area. Alright, let's go someplace else. That is, of course, Astoria, but we're gonna save Astoria for the end of the day. First, let's go to Washington, to the North Bank. There's a cruise ship in town. Astoria is such a photogenic city. We're gonna get on the Astoria-Megler Bridge, opened in 1966. According to Wikipedia, it is the longest continual truss bridge in North America. It is certainly impressive. I would not want to get caught up here during bad weather. This is the Columbia River estuary, which Clark mistakenly called the ocean, and I think we've got one lane closed up ahead. On a positive note, this gives us more time to enjoy the scenery. Just on the other side of the bridge at Point Ellis, that's where the expedition was pinned down by 11 days of consecutive bad weather, unable to move forward or back. As I mentioned earlier, they were eventually rescued by the Clatsops, who had much better coastal canoes. Lewis and the small party, and later Clark as well, were able to make it to Cape Disappointment, which is where we're going next. Let's start by visiting Bell's View Overlook. It is a very short but very rewarding hike.
Alright, we're gonna do the Bell's View Trail here, which goes to a viewpoint very close to the lighthouse.
That would be the North Head Lighthouse, which faces the Pacific. It is just about a quarter mile, not very steep. As I said, a very rewarding hike through what can only be described as a temperate rainforest. And there's the lighthouse.
I can hear the ocean.
And now I can see it. There it is. It's called Long Beach. Can I say it? Can I say it again?
Once again, ocean in view. Oh, the joy.
It is self-proclaimed the world's longest beach. Of course, when I posted that on Instagram, there were several well-actuallys. You were quick to remind me about the 66-mile-long Padre Island, the 90-mile beach in Australia, and the 158-mile Praia do Cassino in Brazil. This one is a meager 28 miles. Boo. One thing for sure, you can drive on it, so we might be going there later. Let's start heading back. And here we have a relic from World War II, used for surveillance of the Pacific. They used searchlights and, at the time, state-of-the-art radar, monitoring the weather and a potential attack on the Columbia River. Now we're going to our last interpretive center of the whole Lewis and Clark Trail. We're going to park here and do a short hike.
0.2 miles to interpretive center. Let's do the trail. That's the fort.
Yeah, that would be Fort Canby. We did the fort back in 2019, so we're not gonna go into it this time. What we're going to do for sure is the Lewis and Clark Interpretive Center. We are told once again the story of the expedition with different illustrations, different exhibits. Even though the story they are telling is basically the same we've seen many times, each interpretive center does it its own way. I still think the most comprehensive one has been perhaps the one in Great Falls, but there are several other ones, honorable mentions if you will, which in my opinion, like this one, rank higher among the rest. This one actually has a really good movie.
And think that we are at an end of our voyage to the Pacific Ocean.
We are now entering the free section of the museum with a broader focus on the history of this area. We have a raised relief map, and this is where we are. The Fresnel lens, and here's a display illustrating how it works. Glass window we can see the Cape Disappointment Lighthouse, which could use a coat of paint in my opinion. Actually, you can see the lighthouse better from outside. Sometime around November 16, 1805, Lewis came up to here and carved his name on a tree. 2 days later, Clark came as well, and beside his name he also carved by land from the United States in 1804 and 1805.
So I'm gonna say it again, just like Clark wrote it, which by the way, I mistakenly said earlier that it was Meriwether Lewis who wrote it in the journal. It was Clark. Meriwether Lewis was kind of depressed during those days. He was kind of a manic depressant person, so he would manage to do the expedition, but he didn't write for many days, so the journal has many gaps. Luckily, Clark filled those gaps. In any case, as William Clark wrote in the journal several days before they actually came here, oh, the ocean in view, oh, the joy. Well, that's it. I think this would be a fitting end to our Lewis and Clark journey right here at the Pacific Ocean. Now that the journey continues, but I think we're done after so many months. I mean, it took them 3 years to do the whole thing. It took us a couple months to make it to Montana, and now about a month to complete the journey, so I think we did okay. This is officially the end of our Lewis and Clark trip.
Riding in my RV